Hey, you guys. I'm sorry I'm running a little bit late. I am trying to get Dana and Daisy up as co hosts. We are kind of really deep into the Bellagio, so I hope the signal stays good for you guys. Not sure. I've invited both of them to co host, so hopefully that will work out for us here in just a minute.
Have a great time. Hi, Daisy. Hi, Dana.
Hi, guys.
Okay, y'all, we've kicked off and we have three tables. Uh, One table has 8, the other two tables have 7. There was a little bit, folks are getting a little confused because they put us in a sports book because they are jam packed here today. And so, for those that love sports and poker, this is the place for you, I guarantee it. Um, and the Wolf Trophy is sitting on the table next to Wolfie, waiting to be won.
Sounds good, Sherry. Sounds like it's a packed house. Hey, Daisy. Hey, Barry.
Hi. Sounds very exciting. I hope everyone can find their way out to this sports book. Seems like a fun
Yes,
environment.
I did post a little bit of a tidbit about how to find it. The sports book is located adjacent to the Bellagio poker room on the main casino floor. And hopefully, of course, the staff will be helping to direct traffic as well.
Awesome.
Jason, Jeff, ExecDec, thanks for jumping in, guys. We're settling into the space. We just got everything set up. I see Isaac out there. Hey, guys. Welcome to the FOMO meetup game space.
Okay, you guys, I'm going to give an update at who's at my table. So in seat 1 is Karen Chess. In seat 2 is Reaper from the Green Visor game. I am in seat 3. Jason is in seat 4. ExecDec is in seat 5. Mel Pittard's in seat 6. Isaac's in seat 7. And Jeff, with 2 F's, is in seat 8. And he brought us some hats, some BNT hats to give away today. So thanks to Jeff.
Oh, wow. So you guys are actually there and in your seats and in the spaces. Love it. Now, Miss Daisy, you mentioned to me earlier that you've been taking a road trip today. Is that right?
Yes, I'm on my way. I was just in Atlantic City, heading to Philly for the Phillies game. Um, Probably checking out live while I'm down there, but had a little pit stop in some of the Atlantic City casinos on my way in. So
Okay. How'd you do?
did okay. Broke about even. Just trying to get some points and all the status matching and things like that. So
Right
productive
on.
day.
So the Philly game is tonight,
Yes, tonight at 7.
and who are they playing?
I think the Mets.
Oh, looky here. I have the internet.
I think. I'm more of a go team kind of gal. So
Yeah.
whichever one's winning.
I get it. Yep. That's the way I am. I didn't have a football team ever until 12 years ago when I moved to Tampa. So I was like, I got a football team, I got a baseball team, I got a hockey team, I even got a soccer team.
Yeah, always fun to have someone to root for, which is good.
Yep. Yeah, they are playing the New York Mets at
Yay.
home. Barry, Barry, Barry. Barry. How you doing, Barry?
I'm good. How's everybody doing?
Doing all right. So a little birdie told me that you know the New York poker scene pretty well. Is that right, Barry?
That's correct.
And you were in a documentary. Can you tell us about that?
Oh, yeah. About 10 years ago. I don't know, 10, 12, 8. I don't know when it was. It discusses the history of the New York poker scene from the creation of rounders through all the underground clubs. I could send it to you if you like.
Yeah, I'd love that.
Ooh, please send it to me too.
There's
Yeah.
there's a 6 minute trailer and there's a 2 hour movie. Which you want?
Both.
Throw the trailer in the what's it called? The Thunderdome, or what do they call it?
The Jumbotron or the Nest?
Yeah. Oh,
Give me a sec.
whichever.
No, that's what they call it. They either call it the Jumbotron or the Nest.
Oh,
Hey,
okay.
hey, you guys. Just an FYI. I see Isaac's trying to become a speaker. Just an FYI. Sometimes you can't see him, but the director of poker operations over here at the Bellagio, Greg Larson, just brought us 9 hoodies to give away. 3 hoodies at each table. So I'm going to go do that here in a minute.
Awesome. Everybody loves a good hoodie.
So many fun giveaways at the game. I saw the books, these hoodies,
Yep,
lots of
books,
things to be
hoodies,
worn. The trophy.
and the trophy. Yep, for the biggest winner of the night, or of the afternoon rather. Um and of course there's the raffle for the Malta Poker Package giveaway, which is the biggest giveaway in meetup game history, and this is the 5th official Spaces meetup game hosted by Sherry. It's kind of an iconic, historic event, if you ask me.
Honestly, it is to be going this long and to have such a great turnout year after year is amazing.
Absolutely. And Miss Daisy, have you been to one before? Have you been to one of Sherry's meetup games before?
I have not. I've always barely missed it. Like I'll be in Vegas like the week before or the week after in previous years and just barely miss it by a hair.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I almost got to go to the meetup game she hosted in Jacksonville, but something came up, so I couldn't make it myself. So I was definitely FOMO in that.
I definitely feel you. But soon we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get on their level.
Exactly.
For now, I'm happy
One
to
of
be
many.
here. Yeah. At least in the mix in some way.
So Daisy, are you planning on coming to Vegas for the World Series of Poker?
I might. I've been trying to win a seat on Club GG. If that happens, yes. But if not, I'll probably won't head out there towards the tail end of the summer.
Okay.
Just hard with work, so trying to get some time off and head over.
Right on. Well, I'm in a contest myself too, and if I don't win, I won't be going this year, but it'll be, a bucket list permanent resident. Alan Kessler. This
Hi,
is
Alan.
Dina, and yes, Daisy
my
is.
God.
He's not excited to talk to me, Daisy.
I'm driving in to play the 3009 game mix.
Say again.
I said I'm driving in to play the $3,000 9-game mix.
Wow.
Where's
How
that?
do you keep up with all those rules?
World Series, obviously. Oh my God, I
So
never
this
talked
is
to Daisy before.
Wish you stopped by the meetup game. That would be fun.
No, I'm busy.
Come to
I
the
have to
mug,
be there by
Alan.
2
The mix
o'clock.
game, the
It's,
mix game life makes it tough.
who's in the meetup game?
I'm there.
We got
a lot of
Sherry, we
people.
got Karen. There's quite a few others from the regular Spaces listeners.
Isaac. Jeff with 2 Fs.
Ruben.
I think I
I'm
heard my
barely going
name.
to
What
make
I
it
do?
to the World Series by 2 o'clock. It's 1:20 right now, so I should be on time.
We hope you make it right on time.
Daisy, do you have a real job?
I do. That's why I'm not in Vegas right now.
What do you do?
I'm a nanny for one of the Real Housewives.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So it's a little hard to make it out right now. It's a busy filming season. So
Where do you live, in California?
no, I live DC area, so it's the DC Housewives.
Oh, for some reason I thought you were from California.
Nope, East Coast. I'm driving from Atlantic City down to Philly right now.
I grew up in Philadelphia.
Oh, I'm going to the Phillies game tonight.
Have not been to the new stadium. I used to go to Veterans Stadium.
It's very nice, so I'm excited. I was just there at the game yesterday, so heading back again tonight.
I used to really.
All right, we're having problems with your mic, Alan. And just to let everybody know, this is the FOMO meetup game hosted by Daisy Flores and myself, Dana Craven. Also joining us are Barry, Zombie Wolf, and Real Fats. Sherry's hosting her 5th meetup game right now at the Bellagio in Vegas. So if you or anyone you know is in Vegas, tell them to swing by and stay a while and play some cash games, so win some prizes, or just swing by and say hi. Go ahead, Alan.
No, I'm driving, so there's some empty spots when I'm driving. It seems like it happens every afternoon when I'm driving.
Yeah, I hear you. You're doing good right now.
Yeah, okay.
So you were talking about the game?
So
The
what do
Phillies
they
game?
play in the meetup game? Is it just no limit hold'em?
Yeah. Unless the table decides they want to play PLO. They've got 4 tables right now. 1-3 cash.
Ooh, some bomb pots would be fun.
I'm surprised people would be playing that when there's so much tournament stuff going on around town.
Well, it's
Just
the
a
5th
way
year.
for it's a way for all the online friends that get together to see each other and just reunite once a year, which is nice. Even just for a little bit. Just pop in, say hi to everyone. I'm definitely having a lot of FOMO, so I would be there.
Yeah, Alan, they're giving away a Malta poker package as well in a raffle. The first 37 people who showed up to the meetup game. Sorry,
Oh,
I
that's
was
a great
distracted.
deal.
Yeah, you get a ticket into the raffle, and they're going to raffle that off here later on, and we're going to have Sherry report that to us when that happens, and then also she'll be reporting like big hands and big moments, and also when they do the splash the pot hands instead of
Where is Malta? Is that in Europe somewhere?
yeah, it's off the coast of Italy. It's an island.
Wow. You ever been to Asia?
I definitely haven't. Daisy, have you?
I have not, but I would like to go at some
Thinking
point.
of going to South Korea.
You're thinking about going to South Korea?
Have a mixed game poker series there.
Right on. When's that?
Called the APT. Letter APT. Asian Poker
Oh,
Tour
the
or
Asian
something.
Poker Tour. Mm-hmm. Right on.
Hey,
So how
Alan.
many? Go ahead, Fats.
Hey,
Yeah, I saw Fats had his hands up. Hi,
hi.
Fats.
How's everybody doing? Hey, Alan. They're trolling you. That grand prize is a malted at your favorite ice cream shop.
It might be.
Serious question for you, Alan, real quick, because I got you. Did you sell out today?
I haven't looked at the poker stake, but it closes at 2:00. Can you look at it online, pokerstake.com?
Well, you know or not. If you want to, if
I'm
you got
driving,
any
so I can't
extra,
look at it.
I'll consider it. DM me if you have any extra.
You can have 3.33% for 100. How's that?
Is that with markup?
Yeah, there's no markup. Sight unseen without looking at the poker.
All right, I'd take it. $100 for 3.33%.
That's a pretty good deal. Good job, Fats.
All right,
Let's make it
nothing like
pretty,
coming to
but
the
that way I
meetup
have
game. All right, now don't play like a douche today. Just stay there, play your cards. Don't be worrying about how other people play bad. Just crank it out. I want to turn
You
that
mean
$100 into 200.
just went to 2%.
So, are you filled up over there, Sherry?
3
You
tables,
know,
Fats.
she's
3 tables. All
wow.
right. That's 27, like you said you had to start.
Yeah.
Well, 7, 7, and 8. But yeah, it's filling.
Yeah, that's. Well, not everybody's going to show up right at the wire there.
I was pretty sure she said 4 tables. Am I wrong? I could be wrong.
What casino is the meetup game?
Bellagio.
Bellagio.
I thought she said 7, 7, and 8 so far.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's at the Bellagio, Ellen, in the sportsbook room.
I want a hoodie.
Good job, Karen.
I don't remember the last time I was
Karen
at
already
Bellagio.
got a prize.
What?
Karen, you already got a prize.
Yeah.
That's how much did you have to kick back to Sherry?
Well, it would be to Sherry and the Poker Gods.
So what was the hand, Karen?
So at one hand, the Bellagio is giving out 3 hoodies to each table, and they just did high card, and I was one of the 3 high cards.
Right on.
Yeah.
Kick things off nice.
You're a high card ringer, aren't you?
Apparently.
I'll bet you she practiced for a week playing high card at home.
Yeah, just channeling the aces and the kings. Welcome, everybody.
9 did the job.
Yeah, If anybody wants to request to speak, just go ahead and hit that microphone button and hop on up. Ask Alan Kessler any questions you got for him while you're here.
What time's your tournament start today, Alan?
2 o'clock. I'm right on time today.
I gave up donating to the Millie Maker so I could come here.
Is today the last Millionaire Maker, or there's more after today?
Today's the last flight.
So if I somehow bust 2 bullets of the $3,000 9 game, there's a tiny chance I play the Millionaire Maker.
Yeah, definitely. Late registers. Yeah, pretty right.
Hey, Alan, if you bust the first bullet and then you rebuy, are you going to dilute me to 50-50?
No, you can have another 100 if I rebuy.
Oh, joy. Okay.
You in that or not?
Yeah, that's fine.
The other day I busted the triple draw, and then I posted on the Twitter that anybody could buy could max late reg with me at face value, and all these people bought in, and they all made money because I cashed for like 6,000.
Sweet.
Nice.
So, Alan, I had an idea the other day with a content creator to create the Alan Diner experience menu. I think it might be, a nice, short, concise menu, but, what would be some of your top items on there for, say, appetizers first?
Appetizer, you would have mac and cheese well done. That's what I ordered last night.
Mac and cheese well done.
It has that crust. If you don't get it well done, it's like a soup. I don't like that. I like it well done. So it's like all.
Oh, I hear you.
So I got that.
Like in the cast iron skillet kind of thing?
Yeah. And then I happen to win on the slots.
Right on.
I get the major. There's a video on my Twitter.
Okay.
14.
So we'll call it the Lucky Mac and Cheese well done.
Yeah, they have that guy on Twitter, on Instagram that sells the slot experience. So
Oh, yeah?
I can do that.
Right on.
Hey, that restaurant, by the way, it should be your overhead for opening it shouldn't be that
Well, I'm
bad
already
because
at the
you're
point
not going to have any condiments.
I was about to ask if there's any sauces that would be included on the side.
Plain.
Absolutely anyone. Not a single one.
They'd be way to the side. They'd be in the other building.
By the way, though, another problem though with the restaurant success is Alan only will eat those foods if they're comped. He can't digest them if he has to pay for them.
Yeah. Free tastes good.
I agree with
So the other day, my friend invites me to the Hugo Cellar downtown. Can you hear me?
I like that place. That's a good date place to
Hello?
go. Hugo Cellar, great place to take a date.
Anyway, he invites me to Hugo
Try not to
Cellar.
interrupt him
But the
because
problem
he's got
is,
a bad connection. Okay.
I think I'm losing the connection. Can you hear me or not?
Yeah, you're good now. Or not.
Just holding on for Alan.
He'll be back.
Yeah, he got in a bad spot.
Hugo Cellar. I never thought that's a restaurant I'd ever mention.
Hmm.
That's a Nice little place. If I used to go there for like Valentine's every year or anniversary with my wife.
Right on. Has it been around a while?
Yeah, it's kind of like in the basement of the Four Queens. It's but they give you when you go in, they give you, the lady always gets a rose when you walk into the restaurant.
Okay. That's nice.
They have a sommelier.
Oh my, fancy. Can't say I've had that experience before. Oh, we've got a request here. 1 second. Alan's back. Alan, can you hear us? Go ahead and request the mic again. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so you got invited. Go ahead.
All right, but the problem is, I've been invited to this guy's dinners before, and what they do is they order the entire menu and wine and all this other crap, and then guess what they do at the end?
They pass
split the
credit cards around
bill.
and draw.
No, they split the bill evenly. They come up with a number and everybody pays the same. And I always get screwed on that because I don't order all that shit. So I said, I'm not going just to be able to pay for your guys' food. Like I can't do that. So they don't even invite me anymore.
Aw.
But they
That's
go
a
to these
shocking
dinners like,
story.
no, but like they literally order the entire menu. They order like crazy appetizers and wine and fancy desserts and all this other really expensive entrees. And then they divide the bill evenly, which is not fair.
Well,
So
it's
I
about
said,
the experience and the company, right?
yeah, but it shouldn't be a profit-making venture for them. Like they're getting a discount on their meal, and I'm
I don't
paying
think
way
they're
more.
going. I don't think they invited you so that they could profit off of your having to pay more because you'll eat less.
I don't need
That's
any of
kind of a wrong way to take
that
that.
stuff.
They need to give
Yeah.
you a discount
So
next time.
I mean,
like they
chopping
order
a bill when you have
scallops
a
and all
big party,
this other
and it's called etiquette.
Alan, do you live in Vegas or are you commuting
stuff. Before
from
the
like an Airbnb?
well, no, I live in
Checks.
Vegas every day, and but the Tuscany is so convenient. It's like literally a 5-minute walk to the tournament. It would save me like at least 1 hour a day in commuting.
Oh, you finally moved in there?
No, I'm thinking about doing it next week though. Has to be on the right day because they have a multiplier a certain day. I want to play there a lot on the multiplier day.
So how do you keep track of all these specials? Like, do you have a spreadsheet?
No, I just know. Like Thursday and Sunday is always stations. They always have a 10 times multiplier at stations on Thursday and Sunday. And like the M Resort has other, but eventually you know it because you're just here. So. But Tuscany varies month to month. You just have to look on their website and see what the deal is.
Okay.
All right, I'm officially at the venue and it's 20 minutes early. Unbelievable.
Well, does anybody have any questions for Alan? You can post them to the Spaces chat board, if you will, or request a mic to speak. Miss Daisy, you got
Who is
any
this
questions
talking
for
right now?
Alan?
Who is talking right now?
This is Dana Craven.
Oh, Dana, I know you.
You know me.
Yeah.
We're supposed to do an interview a couple years ago, but we never got it worked out.
Interview for what?
I still got you on my list, though.
What's the interview for?
Well, I started writing for Hustler Casino Live. And actually prior to that, I started pulling like my socials together and trying to make everything consistent, blah blah blah. And I had reached out to you just saying, hey, if I do this,
Yeah, I'll do it anytime.
yeah.
What a good move they made, distancing themselves from that Nick Fertucci character. I had a bad feeling from him the very first day I met him.
That was insane.
Yeah, you know how like some people you get a bad feeling about when you meet them? Like it happens in slots too. Like you meet somebody playing slots and you know right away that there's something not right. And I've had this feeling several times and I've always been right about it.
Man.
But I enjoy watching those things.
Yeah, they've had some crazy streams so far in the spring.
Have you ever thought about playing in one of the smaller ones, Alan?
No, I don't play No Limit Cash. I've never played one hand of No Limit Cash. I asked them to do a mixed game. They were considering it, actually.
And when they say they're considering it, Ryan means it. So they just got to figure.
Yeah, you could get like Mike Matisow, a few other mixed game players.
For sure.
I think people would watch it.
Absolutely. The PLO games always go off. What do you think about the $25,000 satellite into the $1 million game this year, Alan?
Yeah, that was a very good idea. But how long did that thing play out for?
1 day.
Yeah, that seems like a huge gamble.
Yeah, they had a 5K into the 25K, and that lasted like 2 or 3 hours. And then the 25K lasted probably about 6 or 8 hours, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway.
Wow, did you have to take
getting heads up?
Did you have to take the seat or could you take the cash?
You had to take the seat. That was the deal. And you paid 25K into the satellite, you got 25K in chips. And from what I understand, after listening to Sherry's WSOP updates and learning my history from Isaac, they used to play tournaments. You get as many chips as what the buy-in
is. That Maggie?
Yeah, that's true. Back when I started, that's how the chip buy-ins were. Like a $1,500 tournament, you started with 1,500 chips. But like
chip for chip.
For stud, they went as
All right,
low as like
I gotta go.
The 5-hour chips for Andes and stuff.
Thanks, Alan. Pop in and give us an update. We'll be on for a while, okay? For anyone just hopping in, this is the FOMO meetup game space on X. Thanks for joining us. You've got Daisy Flores and myself, Dana Craven. We've got Barry, Zombie Wolf, and the Real Fats. Sherry's hosting her 5th meetup game at the Bellagio in Vegas right now. So if you or anyone you know is in Vegas, tell them to swing by the meetup game. It's in the sportsbook room. Go ahead, Fats.
That's it? Did you ask me something?
Oh, you left your mic on.
That's my dog's here bark.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying something when Alan signed off.
Nah, the dogs wanted to chime in. They were wishing Alan well.
Right on.
See, that's the sound of somebody just pulled up, but they haven't come in yet. So we're watching 3 extra dogs here today. So
yeah,
there's 4 of them all excited. Somebody finally came out. The fact that I'm here all day, that doesn't bother. They don't count me.
We have a dog in the house. Her name is Lily. She's a black lab. I'll walk into the room and she'll be hanging out with the folks in there, and I'll be on the outside of the room and I'll go knock, knock. And I'm literally verbally saying knock, knock. And then she literally starts barking. It's the funniest thing ever.
Well, I got a chocolate lab, a pit, a dachshund, and a Shih Tzu.
Wow, that's quite
How's
fun.
that for a motley crew?
Is that 3 or 4?
That was 4. That's 4 of them right now.
Wow. Any other pets?
No, the Shih Tzu is the only one that's ours. We're watching the other 3 this afternoon.
Oh, okay.
When we originally moved from Vegas to Michigan, it was under the guise of we'd get to spend more time with our grandkids, but the scam was they needed people to watch their dogs. So we moved all the way back here so we could watch everybody's dogs.
I guess there's worse reasons, huh?
Well, we love them all, so it's good.
So, Fats, are you playing anything in Vegas this summer?
No, I'm just going to be out there for Bet Bash in August. I'm really itching to figure out a way to come out and play some events down there. It's my favorite thing when I was playing the last few years before I moved was the downtown events that were at the Binions and the Gold Nugget. And I found those fields, the rake was high and the fields were easy. So I enjoyed those, playing in those a lot. And you could really schedule yourself that almost every day you were playing some type of a mixed event with maybe, at least 5 days a week.
Interesting. Well, the final table for the 10K Horse Championship started when Sherry started her meetup game, actually. And Jason Mercier has surfaced. We've got a Mercier alert.
We don't have anybody alive from the fantasy league, do we? Or you're not sure?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I started listening to Spaces again when I started getting these notifications about Sherry's updates. And then I just started tuning in, and then, as day by day goes on, I started tuning in more and more. And definitely feeding the FOMO, but I'm also keeping an eye on a few players myself.
Yeah, her daily shows running down the what's going on there. It's definitely nice to have, and it's nice that she does that for the community. It's always worth a pop in every day.
Absolutely, and she does it out of the kindness of her heart.
She sure does.
Miss Daisy, you got anything else going on in your neck of the woods?
Daisy's a little quiet today.
She's on a road trip.
I know, I'm driving, so it's a little hard. About to have dinner in like 15 minutes. I'll be in and out, but
oh, okay. Well, mute.
Yeah, just hanging out, enjoying, and seeing if there's any troublemakers that come in here. Keeping an eye out.
I'm already here.
Yeah,
you're still in line. You're still in line right now. If you get out of line, you might have some problems. But
give me time. I'll get there.
Oh boy, Barry's a troublemaker.
He's a good troll.
Nah, Barry and I are cool.
That doesn't. You can still be a troll and be cool.
Oh, I suppose, yeah. I always have a negative connotation for the word troll, I suppose.
There's also there's an art to trolling too. There's a way to troll, nicely, and then there's a way to troll like, mean and nasty.
Yeah, it's like
So if
it's a fine line of getting people worked up just enough, but not too much.
yeah, there's a certain art to it.
Oh my. You gonna write a book about it, Pats?
I am writing a book now, but not about trolling on the internet.
Oh, okay, good.
I'm writing my book about my life as a professional gambler.
Oh yeah, you mentioned that.
So, what's that?
You got a publicist picked out yet?
No, I'm still looking at all those options right now. I'm just putting all the stories and the timelines together, and I got the whole book basically on like 3x5 cards with like just notes about either a person or a particular story or something like that. And I'm trying to hit about 300 bullet points. And then I have the book organized into, it's going to be in 3 sections. The first section is going to be titled Breaking the Bank and a Few Balls Along the Way, which is my from birth until I moved out to Vegas, started and became a professional gambler and had my first big success up till I won, had won my first $1 million doing it. And then there was the second section is going to be how I a little about how I had a setback, and it's called "How I Lost $1 Million, 100 Pounds, a Wife, and a Handicapper," and then that goes through rebuilding my. I didn't go broke or anything, but I took a big hit between the divorce and a losing streak, and so I just went back to basics, rebuilt my my business, and then when I was at the point where I was probably at about my peak again, and everything was going great, that's when I had become associated with Spanky, and shortly after I had just started talking to him, he got caught up in an investigation. So I ended up on his wiretaps and ended up getting arrested. I ended up getting arrested with him in his big case. And so the third section of the book is going to be the fall and resurrection of a sports betting empire. Third time's a charm, and that's how I rebuilt after all the money was raided and taken from me, and how I built it back up again to where I am today. So that's the 3 main sections, and then there'll be a glossary of characters. Hoping to have at least 100 names. I think I'm at like 75 right now, and I'm sure there's another 25 I haven't thought of, and that'll have either a little story or anecdote about them. And there'll be a section for testimonials from some of my peers, and then there'll be another section for anecdotes or stories that didn't fit in the normal flow of the book that would be interesting stories to tell. The most notable one that comes into that category was the as a story known as the Chinese apple buffet story, which I'll share with you guys if you'd like to hear it.
Go right ahead.
Is it more or less exciting than the McDonald's drama?
I think you'll like this one.
That was John
So-
Robertson, everybody.
My when I was working back in the early 90s with a betting crew, every day about like 2:30 till 5 o'clock, that was like prime time, and you could set your watch on me being where I was supposed to be. Like if I wasn't there at 2:31, you would be calling the local police department and having them put out a missing persons report. That's how reliable I was. Well, on this particular day, I went to a Chinese food buffet with my wife at the time. It was my first wife, and we ate lunch. And it was around 2 o'clock. Got up to leave. We were paying at the register, and my wife she had taken an apple from the buffet, and she was going to take it home with her. And the guy at the register said, no, take food out of the restaurant. And I was like, it's an apple. It's a piece of fruit. Standard buffet. You take a piece of fruit. Nobody cares. It's no big deal. He says, no. You cannot take out. He says, you can eat all you want here, but you cannot take out of the restaurant.
Wow.
And I turned to him and I said, is that the hill you really want to die on today? And so I went back to our table and I proceeded to eat all the apples on the buffet. Went through probably 24 apples. And naturally, I was late getting back to the office. I didn't get back till like 3 o'clock. And everybody was like, what happened to you? So I naturally told everybody about this story, what happened with the buffet and the apples. Now, what was so interesting about it was, that was like in the mid-90s, and I'd forgotten about it. And a prominent member of the sports gambling community had passed away a couple years ago. And at his funeral service, the after party where everybody's just sitting around swapping stories, somebody brought this up. I wasn't there, and somebody brought this up. And the next day, 3 people are calling me about the Chinese food apple buffet story. So that's how that story got resurrected, and people remembered it from the day I didn't show up for work on time.
Good grief. I bet you didn't get much work done that day either.
Well, yeah,
After you
those
did
apples.
show up.
That was a
That's a lot of
that was a true battle eating those apples. But
What'd the
it
owner
was.
do?
Oh, he told us to never come back after we left. Finally, but I went through like 24 apples, so
Yeah.
He was not happy. But
that's pretty much a whole case.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's
or half a case.
I mean, I really didn't want to do it, but he kind of left me no choice.
It's very chivalrous of you.
And I don't even know if my wife ever even ate the apple that she wanted to take.
They're very strict about those rules. Take an apple. Was it give an inch, take a mile? So give an apple, take a rib roast.
Well,
that's a pretty cool story.
It was. I was banned from the restaurant after that. Don't come back.
I guess you're probably not missing out on anything. How long ago was that?
No, that was in the mid-90s. The restaurant was in a strip mall at the corner of like Sahara and Maryland. And I'm sure it's not there anymore.
Wow. Well, John had
So
a
anyway,
for you, I think. How you doing, John?
Oh, I'm good. I didn't have a question other than, was this story more interesting than the McDonald's story?
Oh, I think so. But it's definitely probably the beginnings of his protests.
Well, it's just
with the restaurant world.
Standing on principles, we'll call it.
I hear you.
I don't know, Fats. I feel like I love you, buddy. I do. I absolutely love you. But don't you have much better things to do with your time than fight
No, I really
McDonald's?
don't, because I stopped betting sports when I got the cancer diagnosis,
I
and
know. See,
now
but
I'm
see,
just working on my book. And between working on my book and
in fighting
Twitter, it
McDonald's,
keeps me busy.
I just think the McDonald's thing's hilarious. It makes me laugh so hard.
Well, I'm taking it to a new levels on Monday. I already threatened them with them taking it to a higher level than Trump on Monday.
Okay, we're gonna direct everybody to the replays of the previous spaces before we get too much more into the McDonald's stories. But I appreciate your gusto. That's pretty seriously. So
I mean, today Donald Trump did weigh in on the on how long it's going to take him to issue the executive order against McDonald's. So I put that video up today.
it wasn't AI.
No, that was actually Donald Trump.
Excuse the interruption. We just did our first Splash the Pot after, of course, we gave away 3 hoodies from the Bellagio at each table. Now we did a Splash the Pot for a hat from Jeff with 2 Fs, a challenge coin, firefighter supporting challenge coin, and T-shirt. And ExecDec won it at our table, and who won it over there? Oh, Ruben won it at his table, and I think Woody won it at that table. So congratulations to those winners, and we'll do another Splash the Pot in a minute.
Sherry, did the winners splash your pocket too? Like is honor or is keeping you busy? Or she ducked right out of
Yeah,
that
she
shot.
ducked right out. So if Jeff with 2 Fs or anybody there wants to hop on in and give us an update on any big hands that are happening, please do send in a request and we'll get you approved for a mic, okay?
Has anybody noticed that all the winners of all these prizes are friends of Sherry's?
I think everybody at the meetup game are
Yeah, that was going
friends
to
of
be my
Sherry's.
point. Aren't they all friends of Sherry?
Yeah, that's just part of the ruse.
Okay. If you're just joining us, folks, this is the FOMO mug hosted by Daisy Flores and myself, Dana Craven. We've got Fats. We've got John, Barry. I see you, Todd. I see you, Reaper. I know you're there.
Jeff with 2 F's is down there, and they
Jeff
just
with
did his
2
Splash the
Fs.
Pot.
Yeah.
Shout out to Jeff.
And I just followed back Jeff with 1 F. And then, of course, we've got Bath Water for buy-ins. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Be sure to request a mic if you'd like to pop in and contribute to the shenanigans. I accidentally muted the space. Sorry. I guess I'm the button clicker today.
I'm just trying to kill time until the Pacers game tomorrow. So I don't really have a lot to talk about.
Dana, I just gave you a follow. I didn't realize I didn't have you on there.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, John, how was Game 3 of the Pacers?
Oh man, that was awesome. My daughter loved it. We had such a good time.
Okay, pardon the interruption. Sean McCormick just came to our table and told the dealer to deal us a hand face up. And ExecDec just won a 2-night stay at the Bellagio anytime the next 12 months. So that was a nice surprise.
Awesome. Congrats, ExecDec.
That's the way poker should be played. All the cards face up. I like that.
I like Raz and Stud because you get some cards face up.
Yeah, I can handle a few, but not all of them. How do I get to bluff if you're seeing all my cards?
Well,
I just Well, I taught my students how to play 5-card stud a while back because that's how they used to play back in the old like Western days. You get
Yeah.
one down and 5 and 4 up, and I was teaching them because to me that's the easiest way to teach how poker works.
So I did see on your profile, John, that you're an English and literature teacher. And so are you like at the high school level or college?
No, I'm high school level.
Right on. So what they think about poker, there's a big, huge push to bring in, the younger crowd or what have you, but it does take time. It's an evolution and a lot of math.
So yeah, like the kids know I play and they follow along when I go do stuff, but it's a difficult. Like I can't. Like I have to walk this tightrope of teaching them the game without encouraging them to gamble in a public school, right? Like
Right.
that's
You got to teach them the game, but teach them not to play.
no, like I teach them how to play amongst themselves and stuff, but we talk about like responsible gambling, and if you're gonna play a game, like don't play when you don't have too much money. And right now they're all about sports betting, and all the kids have like sports betting accounts like illegally and stuff. And I'm like, guys, you got to understand if you're gonna do it, you need to understand how to capitalize on good lines and all that stuff. Don't just bet what you think is gonna happen. And I try to help them understand that without encouraging too much gambling because I would probably get yelled at for that.
Yeah, I would say be careful anything you say to them about it. Because it only takes one kid to go bad, and then the parents to say, "Well, the teacher told him that he should do this or that."
Well, the teacher told him not to do it until he's 21, and then if you do it when you're 21, do it responsibly. That's what I say every single time.
Right.
But I think that if poker wants to grow, if you want to get young people involved, you've got to market it alongside sports betting because sports betting is just so huge with kids right now.
Yeah.
I mean, in Japan they have that huge poker tournament that's like just for fun. It's like a bunch of Japanese kids. I think it's like middle school age, high school age, and it's more for like the learning aspect, the math, probability, statistics, all that.
Yeah, so like I actually go into our middle school once a year and like tell about my experiences playing poker, and I teach them how to use that for probabilities of cards. We don't talk necessarily about poker. I usually talk like about just like if you have a deck of cards and you needed to draw whatever, what are the odds, and we teach them that. But like I get the hook on them by telling them that I've played in the World Series of Poker and stuff like that, and they usually find that interesting. But yeah. Well, I was gonna say we also teach them about dice and stuff too because it helps my out there. As I say, I'm teaching them how to beat their family at Monopoly. But but yeah, I mean that's what we do at the middle school level. I do go down there and do that. Like the last 3 years I've done it, the test scores on probability have been higher than they were every year before. So I feel good about that.
Interesting. I was actually curious to know if you connect poker to the subjects of English and literature.
Not really. I did have Jeff Platt do a conference call with my journalism class one time. That was kind of cool. They really enjoyed that.
Okay.
But like most of the stuff I do for literature doesn't really fit with poker and probability stuff. I mean, we do talk about business stuff when we do Gatsby. We talk about like markets and investing, but that's not really as much with poker.
Interesting. I'm thinking of anything Shakespeare, but I'm very surface level Shakespeare that would have to do with cards or, even the beginnings with tarot and everything.
Yeah, I don't think there's
Connecting
any
those
like
dots.
I can't remember any gambling in Shakespeare.
Well, all I
do talk about.
know is the
Go
real
ahead.
fats doth protest too much.
No.
I've been waiting. Just kidding, Fats.
That's okay.
John, where are you located?
Indianapolis. Well, just north of Indianapolis, but basically Indianapolis.
Are you playing the WSOP?
I was going to. I had my money to travel out, but I had to spend it on finals tickets, so I didn't. I probably won't fly out this year. I have every other year. Well, since 2021.
Right on. Well, maybe one of your favorite players will need, an addition to the rail, and you'll be able to fly out just for a few days or something.
Maybe. I mean, we'll see what happens. Like, I honestly had the money set aside, but then it cost $1,500 to go to a basketball game, so that was my flight money, so I couldn't go.
I hear you.
Well, I can go. I just can't. I try to be financially responsible.
That's good. And that's why I'm currently a poker dreamer, because I'm trying to be financially responsible.
Hello, folks.
Hi,
Exec here.
ExecDec.
How's it going? Just wanted to interrupt here. Sherry is all in on a big hand. We've got a 10 King 6 Jack 6 on the board. No flush on the board. There is a possible Broadway. Board is paired and Sherry has put the pressure on. And a
Read that
call.
board again.
Oh, she flips over pocket jacks for a boat. Jacks over
Oh, boy.
sixes. Takes down the biggest pot of the
Wait, how
day.
dare she win with jacks?
Somebody take a picture of this hand.
Oh.
I'm gonna take a picture.
Yeah, Sherry won with Jacks. I don't believe it.
Nice.
Why don't you see you can't pocket jack, Jerry?
All right. Sherry takes down a big old pot, probably $200, I'd say. Just wanted to chime
Nice.
in. Hope everybody's doing good.
Thanks, ExecDec, and congrats on the Bellagio package.
Yes, I'm planning to come out here for the main 4th of July weekend, and I know where I'm staying.
Right there.
Oh
I
yeah.
can't believe Sherry would win a pot with jacks. Of all the one hand she complains about the most.
Well,
Right?
it's a reward for all of her hard work.
I had two pair till the turn. Jack on the turn. I was no good. I got out.
I bet you're glad you did.
Yeah, I had King 10 suited and flopped two pair. But then the Jack came, and then I could tell I'm not good anymore.
I loved it when Sherry went, "Somebody take a picture of that hand."
I thought there was a chance she had sixes in the quads, but I wasn't sure.
Are you saying you got a tell on Sherry, Karen?
Yeah.
I just got to dinner, guys, so I'm gonna hop out for a bit. But Dana, message me if you need anything. I
I will
hope
do.
all goes well.
Well, you have fun
Talk to
with
you guys.
dinner and at the game, and all that jazz. Hope go Philly. We.
Woo, go team. Whichever one's winning.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you guys soon. Have fun.
Thanks, Daisy.
Bye.
Bye.
Pats, have you been watching the NBA finals?
No, I haven't. I was paying. I was just watching TV with my wife the other night and paying attention to the score on my phone. And since it was a blowout, I never switched to it.
It's been like everybody before the series said it was going to be boring, but I think it's been one of the best finals in a while. I mean, I'm biased, but I think it's been exciting, and we're going to Game 7, so I don't know.
How do you think in Game 7? Do you think they can do it?
like there's just it's so hard to tell what's going to happen because like I was on a Pacers podcast the other day talking about it, and I was like, if you go there's different ways to look at it, and it could go either way. Yes, I think the Pacers could do it. Like they're the only team that's actually gone to a big game seven really, like on an away court and won last year against the Knicks. So they've got that experience in their pocket as that's good. But like the script is a lot like the Denver OKC series. So and OKC pulled that off in OKC. So like if you think about that one, then OKC's probably got it, and they're probably the favorite. I mean, I know they're the favorite on paper, but like I don't know. I think the Pacers can do it. I don't know.
I'm really rooting for the Pacers because I want to see how man the library ends up showing that he really won $2 million on the Pacers when we all know he didn't have that. So
Oh well, I have 100 on our. No. I have 10 on the Pacers. Sorry, I have 10 on the Pacers to win the whole thing at 120 to 1. Like I bet it at 120 to 1, but my unit size is $10 because I'm not a big better, right?
yeah, that's about what library has. He has bets that small, and
Yeah.
he claims he's got a lot of tickets that are going to hit for six figures, except he doesn't realize that you're not supposed to count the digits after the decimal point.
Well, yeah. I mean, $1,200 is a good win on a bet for me. So
yeah, that's great. That's great. I'd love to see you win it.
But I mean, I bet it in April because I was like, I think the Pacers have a chance. So I was like, and 120 to 1 just seems disrespectful. I was like, they have at least a 1% chance to win this, so that it's a good value bet. But like I said,
I had one of those that I thought was really good a couple years ago when Sacramento was like the highest scoring team in the league. They were like the number 2 team in the West, and like in late March, early April, they were like 200 to 1 to win the championship. And I was like, wow, that's pretty good odds for a team that's number 2 seed at the moment and the highest scoring team in the league. Obviously, they fell apart like a cheap suit, but it's. I mean, when you get down, like Pacers were the number 4 seed in the division, so if they're looking to finish third, fourth, or fifth in the division, and you're getting 120 to 1 in late April, I mean, how can you not take that? I mean, I wasn't really paying attention to that. If somebody would have made me aware of that, I'd probably have jumped in for a couple bucks just to have something on it.
Well, I mean, and I just knew it because I actually watched the team all year long since I live in Indianapolis. Like and my daughter and I travel to watch them play. I knew they had a decent shot. I just thought 120 to 1 was disrespectful line. I was like, I'll probably lose this money, but it's only one unit, so whatever.
I mean, ever since Indiana acquired Caitlin Clark, you knew good things were going to happen there.
Dude, I got the Fever to win it all at like 12 to 1 before they made all the trades. Now they've had kind of a rough start to the season, but we'll see how that goes because
they are beating the crap out of her.
No, I know.
And she's such a trooper. She just goes out there and does her job.
Yep. We were at the game when Sophie Cunningham tackled and fought the other girl. It was awesome. My daughter just absolutely loved it. She was standing up cheering like crazy.
I'm a total Caitlin Clark fan. I think she's just amazing what she's done. From like her last, I guess it was her junior year. At the end of the year, there was a couple of games where at the very end of the game, like she pulled them out of nowhere with a couple of miracle 3-pointers. It was like the big highlight on ESPN, and ever since then, I was like, this is exciting to watch.
Yeah, she's really fun to watch. That whole team's fun to watch, but she makes everybody around her better, so it's fun to watch.
I can't believe that when she finally signed with the WNBA, she could only sign for a contract of like 80,000. I mean, she's going to make millions in endorsements, but
Yeah, I'm
like
sure she.
I don't understand why she can't negotiate a better contract as a rookie.
Well, that's just like the rules of the league. But yeah, she pays everybody else's fines when they get them. She just because she's making millions and millions off of like Gatorade and Nike and everybody else. So, but I know that nobody else probably cares about WNBA. I like it actually.
I've been watching it. Well, I watched the clips, and it's been a pretty dramatic week with Caitlin, but I enjoyed watching the clip of her making 3 3-pointers basically from half
It was
court.
in 40 seconds.
Yeah,
That
it
was
was
that was against the
insane.
Liberty. We were at that game too. It was awesome.
She almost looks identical to Steph Curry the way he shoots.
Yeah, like some of her half court shots, like it looks like she's heaving them because like she's like really leaning into it. But it's I mean, I'll tell you what, I really think was that Dana that was talking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the first one she did against the New York, I think she did it because she knows that wins the crowd over when she hits one, right? And then like because they were trailing kind of bad, so she did it just to get the crowd into the game because the crowd was quiet, and then she hits it, the crowd goes nuts. So then she comes back, gets the next one, and the crowd goes super nuts. So then she just heat checks the third one. Like I don't think she really like it was just not really great shot selection. She's like screw it, let's see what happens, and it goes in. I mean the place just blows up. It was crazy.
Yeah, it looked electric. I mean, I've never seen a woman make 3 3-pointers basically from half court before. I don't think I've seen a woman make one. I can barely play horse.
I don't know. I've seen many guys do it, but like that's
Valid.
legitimately there's like that logo on the not quite half court, but like that says the Cambridge Fieldhouse or whatever one.
Mhm.
Like she'll just pull up right from the middle of that on the sideline and just and you like almost expect it to go in at like 60-70% of the time.
Good grief. I saw a clip today where she didn't even touch the opponent and she got a foul. Did you see that one?
Yeah, yeah. Is that the one where the other girl hit her in the face?
No, it was a different one, more recent from the last game, I believe. And the girl reached out to her, and Caitlin didn't even touch her, but she played a football move where she just fell down, you know. I say football, but soccer football, where they get all dramatic, and she got a foul called on her. It was weird. All right, we've got some
That
new
no,
listeners right now, and this is what we're calling the FOMO mug space. And Miss Daisy is here. She's at dinner right now on her way to the Phillies game. And if you guys have any questions or you guys have any stories to tell, go ahead and request your mic. Oh, we're also requesting dad jokes in the spirit of the joke that Sherry told earlier today. What were you going to say, John?
I don't remember. It's fine. I honestly don't remember.
Well, I did ask Grok to tell me how poker is connected to Shakespeare, and I thought it came up with some good connections there.
Yeah, I saw that. I was looking through. Maybe I don't do Shakespeare. I do American Lit, but
Oh,
I might try to work it in. I did actually, thinking back, I did use Hunger Games, poker with Hunger Games one time. Since I couldn't have the kids like murder each other, we did a poker tournament to have eliminations. So like as we did quizzes and stuff, they earned chips, and then like at the end they played a tournament for prizes.
Oh, cool.
That was one of my classroom management strategies. It worked okay. Like it was a lot of work for me to try and keep track of everything. So, and then like not all the kids cared about it. So I'll try anything once, honestly, if it's not going to get me in trouble. Like I'll try it to see if it gets kids invested. I'll try it. But
Yes. Speaking of trying things once, I used to have a job as a stage designer, but I left it without making a scene.
One of those avant-garde stage designs, huh? John. There is a performance of a guy that just sits at the piano. Have you heard of that? It was like a social experiment where there was this famous piano player, and it was a big to-do. He sat down, and the composition was the squeaky chairs and the uncomfortable air, and it's called like 4 minutes and 27 seconds or something like that.
Something interesting too. I used to. I tried exercising one time. I got on a treadmill. I ran 2 miles, but I gave up because it felt like I wasn't getting anywhere.
Oh my God. I thought you were telling a story.
Oh, you requested dad jokes.
You know?
Come on. Like you had to know that was. I knew it was waiting for the punchline as soon as Fats said he was on a treadmill. I was like, okay, where's the punchline?
Oh,
You can see Fats on a episode of old World Series of Poker Classic, right? I went back and watched it not that long ago.
Is that right?
Yeah, that just popped up like this last about 3 or 4 months ago. That like just popped up again out of nowhere on like YouTube.
What's the show called?
Well, it's when ESPN did the World Series of Poker back in like 2006. I forget, it was a 7 stud, Fats.
Yeah, 7 stud. It was a 5,000 buy-in, 7 stud, and I ended up 6th out of I forget how many there were in it, but I think I cashed it. I think the cash was for 40,000. It was a real interesting final table. Johnny Pham was at the table. Joe Awada was at the table. Chip Jett was at the table. Keith Sexton was at the table. And I forget the name of the guy who won it, but that was just a group of the final of us. What was interesting about that TV experience was, since I was going on TV that day, I used to, when I would play down at the World Series, I used to always wear a shirt and a tie when I played. Any day I was playing a tournament, I used to wear a shirt and a tie because I liked the fact that Marcel Lusk was always well dressed. So I figured if I not gonna ever win a bracelet, maybe I could at least compete for best dressed. So I used to always wear a shirt and a tie, and going into that final table, I had this idea that every time we go on a break, I'm going to change my shirt and tie to a different color shirt, different color tie. And just to see if anybody noticed. I thought it'd be maybe, some kind of subliminal psychological warfare or something, but just kind of like a little bit. And what ended up happening was ESPN got pissed because they said my changing my shirts was screwing up the continuity of their broadcast, which, I mean, I don't really think that many people would have noticed it, but so what they ended up doing, if you watch the very beginning of the broadcast, we were 8-handed for the final table. And the first 30 seconds of the broadcast, the guy who went out 8th and the guy who went out 7th, they just eliminated them verbally without showing any hands or anything, just saying they got eliminated so they could cut out a whole segment of shirt and tie, different color. And there was, if you watch it really closely, you can catch a glimpse of me in 2 different color shirts at the very beginning and then as we go forward. But shortly before I busted out, Keith Sexton turned to me and he said, "Are you wearing a different shirt and tie?" And I said, "Yeah, as a matter of fact, I am." And so then the jig was up and then they busted me right after that. So maybe it was working until then. I don't know.
That's funny. So you got any tournaments coming up, Fats?
No, I'm not. Well, actually, 4th of July weekend, I'll be playing at the Michigan State Backgammon Championships in Detroit.
So you had to have a qualifier for that?
No, it's an open tournament.
Okay.
They have a championship division and intermediate division. I'll play in the intermediate division. And then they have a bunch of other side tournaments and other events. I've been meaning, since we moved to Michigan, I've been meaning to go back to that. They have it every year, 4th of July weekend. And I've never been back there. I played there once, I think, in 2013. And of all the backgammon, I used to always play when the circuit was in Vegas twice a year. And I went to a regular backgammon club every week when I was there. But I went to this Detroit one time and had my best tournament success there. I walked away with 3 trophies. I got a 2nd place in the main intermediate event, and then I won 2 side events, which were small, like real small entry, like side events that you do as extra stuff to do in between matches. So, but the most notable thing about that was there was we got a report.
Okay, pardon the interruption. We just gave away Home Depot gift cards. They're $25 each that Ruben donated. And the winners were ExecDec, Ed, and B-52 Bomber. Thank you.
Thanks, Sherry.
So one of the things at this tournament is they have a special tournament called the Newcomers Tournament. And it's sponsored by a backgammon pro. It's called the Frank Talbot Newcomers Tournament. And what he does is anybody that is attending that event for the first time can play in that tournament. And it's a free roll with maybe like a $400 prize for first place. But that's it. Once you've been to this venue once, played in that tournament once, you can never enter it again. So there's a female backgammon player who's really good. Her name is Akiko. She's a Japanese. And she happened to be there her first year at that event, and I ended up playing her and beating her and going on to win the trophy. And 6 months later, she played in Monte Carlo at the World Backgammon Championships, and she won the first place there. And she's had other good backgammon results. And so somebody said something to me about that, and I said, "Hey, look, anybody can go to Monte Carlo and win the backgammon championship on any given year, but Akiko will never be able to have the Frank Talbot Newcomers Trophy. She can never win that hardware." So that was I always used to say about that. But she's a really nice lady and real good backgammon player.
Wow. And she went on to win more and more championships.
Well, I know she's had success on the backgammon circuit, and I know that year right after that she had gone to Monte Carlo and won the championship in Monte Carlo, and I'm sure she's won other prestigious tournaments as well.
Right on. So who knows, right?
But
Had
I've
she
got
won that, she might not have pursued it. Okay, I accomplished this, but you beat her that first tournament, and that fueled the fire.
Well, that wasn't like her first tournament. I mean,
Yeah.
she was a good player when I played her, but it's a short match. I think they were either 3 or 5 point matches. So, no matter who you in backgammon in a short match like that, even if the other player is much better than you, you still have a chance to win.
Awesome. We got Raver
So
Poker
I am
in the
looking forward
audience.
to getting.
I just saw his little yellow hoodie pop up in the story path. I'm excited.
That's okay.
I just sent you a mic request, Raver, if you're able to talk.
I'm just rambling on to help keep the space going.
I appreciate it very much. I'm trying to think of questions for you, like how many WSOPs have you played?
Well, I played a lot right out of the gate. I started right after the Moneymaker. The year after Moneymaker won, that was when I said, you know what, I got to get in on this. And I went down to the Horseshoe the next year to try and play one of those satellites where you play for 100, and if you win, you get 1,000. You roll that over into a second. If you win that, you get a main event seat. So my first tournament that I played, I get down to heads up, and the person I was heads up with was Tom McAvoy. And I didn't know him. I'd never met him before. So the dealer was new and was confused as to who was the big blind and who was the button when it switches to heads up. So I said, well, call the floor over. They'll figure it out. And McAvoy says, no, this is how it goes. And I said, well, why can't we just get it rolling? He says, because I know how it goes. Trust me, this is right. And I said, well, who the hell are you? And he then proceeded to point to his picture on the wall. So then I, just for spite, I still made us get it rolling anyway. And of course he was right. And so now we're heads up, and I'm trying to look for a spot where I can trap him, because I know I'm not beating him with any other way. And I get, of all hands, pocket jacks, and he puts out a small raise, and I just flat call, and the flop was like 4, 6, 10 or something like that. And he bets again, and I just smooth call him again. And now, bingo, I get the jack on the turn. And he comes out firing again, and I go over the top, and he calls me. And all he had was 3 5s suited, and he's got the straight draw and the flush draw. And of course, he hits the straight, and he knocks me out. And so I left there cursing him, and I ran into him again maybe a month later at the Orleans. They were having a pot limit hold'em tournament, and I was sitting next to Susie Isaacs was at my table. I was sitting next to her, and McAvoy happened to be at my table, and I caught a little bit of a tell on him. I noticed that he only seemed to be in there when he had pocket pairs. So I was always leery about, him having a set if he was still gung ho after the flop. But anyway, bottom line was, turned out he was actually a nice guy, and we became friends, and we're pretty much buddies to this day. So, as a matter of fact, when I moved from Vegas to Michigan, I needed somebody to ride in the car with me because my wife was driving the van and I was driving our regular car, but she didn't want me in the car by myself. So Tom came for the ride with me just to hang out for a couple days drive.
Very cool. I'd
So
like
that
to
was
know.
how my poker career got started.
That's
Then
how it
I
got
got,
started?
well, that was my first foray into the tournament thing. And then I got involved in playing poker online.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was playing on Poker Stars, and there was a guy whose screen name was S18. And you could chat with the players. And so we kind of became friends on there. And anyway, they had a promotion on Poker Stars that if you were in the top 100 for the month of whatever it was, I think it was November, there was going to be a tournament for those top 100, and the top 4 were going to win the Caribbean Poker Stars adventure down at Atlantis. And they were going to give away 4 seats. So I played all month. I got myself in the top 100. I played that tournament, and I won my seat to go down there. And when I was down there, the lobby in the hotel was filled with poker players playing, on the Wi-Fi. Like, they're all playing against each other, all sitting in the same room. And notable people that I met there were the Grinder, and I met, of course, S18, whose name was Steve Wong, and there were some other notables that ended up becoming more famous as time went on. So while I was talking to S18 at the thing, I said, really, I don't know what you're doing. You play so well online. You should be in Vegas playing poker in Vegas. So he decides to come to Vegas. And he comes to Vegas the following October, and which is about just about the time where the Bellagio 5-star classic was going to be taking place. And he comes to me and he says, and for some reason he thought when I said you should come to Vegas and play, he thought that meant I was going to bankroll him. And I was like, no, I wasn't, that wasn't my plan. But I had a lot of confidence in him. So I said, look, I'll make a deal with you. I said, I'll lend you money to play, and then I'll take a percentage of you. So, like, if it was let's say it was a $3,000 tournament, I'll put up the 3,000. I'll take a third, so I'll be at risk for 1,000, and you'll be at risk for 2,000, and you'll either pay me back or you'll have a 2,000 makeup, and we'll just do it that way. Because I was still confident that I thought he was going to win. Well, he ends up satelliting into the main event for 10K off 1,000. So for $300, I've already got a main event seat right out of the gate. And then he wins 2 tournaments, or he gets a first. He ends up for the week with a first, a second, 2 firsts and a second, and ends up cashing for like $1 million over the week. So I make a big score there. And then I started traveling around the circuit with him to play, and continued taking a third of him. And then I was playing myself, and my game had been improving. And eventually he got into got more focused on like hanging out with the big TV poker players and kind of hobnobbing with the the big name players, and kind of forgot a little bit about where he came from. And so we ended up parting. Parting, and I was happy. I made my money. He made money, and he went on to. Eventually, he ended up back in Holland, waiting tables. But I continued to. After a while, I gave up No Limit and switched to the mixed games, and then I had pretty good success with that, including a couple of RAS final tables, most notably a 3rd place finish.
Nice. Well, I found that video, old school 7-card stud that John brought up. And I posted that in the space feed, if you will, for everybody to check out. And again, for those of
There it is. I popped it up to the Jumbotron for you.
things are hopping over there already at the meetup game. They've already had a few raffles. And this whole time I thought my mic was on. I apologize.
Yeah, I was wondering where you disappeared to there.
Sorry about that.
But I popped that link up into the Jumbotron too. So.
Oh, thank you. Have you ever been to one of Sherry's meetup games, Fats?
No, I moved to Michigan, about, I think, in 2021, so 4 years ago. And the only time I'm back in Vegas is Bet Bash. And if it wasn't for Bet Bash, I probably wouldn't even go back to Vegas, or, unless it was to play in the World Series or something. But it's a pain to travel there and be comfortable. But Bet Bash week is a must for me to be there. So, and I look forward to it every year.
Is that kind of like the Comic-Con of? Oh, here we go. We got an
Pardon the
update.
interruption. We just gave a book away at our table, thanks to John Robertson, and Jason won that book. Him and ExecDec actually tied, and we were going to do a tiebreaker hand, but ExecDec surrendered the book.
You could rip it in half and give first half to one and second half to the other, and then they could swap it back.
Okay. So, like, what was this event called again? The bets thing?
I'm sorry, what was that?
This event that you're going to in Vegas?
It's called Bet Bash.
Bet Bash. Is that like kind of like the Comic-Con of the betting world?
It's basically a sports betting convention where some of the top like the top sports bettors in the country and the world will be there, and other novices and sports betting enthusiasts that want to step up their game will come out there. And there's networking, there's seminar classes, there's I guess there's panel discussions, and then the final event of the week is the Sports Gambling Hall of Fame induction ceremony. And I'm a member of the board of directors, and so we induct a class each year into the Sports Betting Hall of Fame.
Wow. How many are inducted into that Hall of Fame?
It's been 3 years. I think we're this year's class will put us at 13. 26 is 13 living and 13 dead.
Okay, lucky 13. I see. Is that on purpose
I
or just
believe
happenstance?
I believe that's I think we decided. I think each year we have a vote as to how many people will try to nominate, and then we have a process where all the members of the board can nominate people, and then based on a minimum, you have to be nominated by at least a certain number of people to be on the list, and then once you've been nominated by enough people, then they take that list, and it's kind of like a weighted list because everybody can nominate up to like 5 names, and you can rank them. So they take that weighted list, and then they put it in order, and then that's the order that people get voted on. But we have a very high standard of you have to get 75% approval, and then we have several Zoom meetings where we discuss the potential inductees and stuff like that. So
Very interesting.
it's a pretty formal process.
I've got a lot of questions firing off in my brain. First of all, how in the world does one become, not just the process, the voting process and the discussion process, and then the choosing, but I am not very familiar with the sports betting world at all. And so I'm assuming you're one of the creators. So how did this come to be, the Bet Bash? And how does one become such a, infamous sports bettor that they are nominated even?
Well, the whole creation of Bet Bash was done by a guy named Spanky, who's a very big professional and successful gambler. And he, one year, just on a lark, he had a thing in New Jersey where he's from, and he just invited a whole bunch of sports people. Let's just kind of like a sports betting meetup type of a situation. And it was so popular that they wanted to do another one, so he decided to do the next one in Vegas, and he set it up, and he worked out a deal with Circa, which is one of the premier sports books in Vegas. And they were happy to partner with him to put this event on. And each year it's gotten better and better to now to the point where he's got corporate sponsors, and the entire event is much more sophisticated than it was years ago. And then I think after the second one, he decided to form the Sports Gambling Hall of Fame, and he is not on the board of directors, and he does not have a vote. He just formed the organization, and then he basically took his knowledge of all the people in the industry that he knows that are either been successful or some maybe be like we have David Purdom, who's a writer for ESPN, who's on the board, and various other people influence famous bookmakers, so bookmakers, bettors, etc. And so he put together a team of a board of about 16, I think it was, to start. And then once somebody's been inducted, if they weren't on the board, they can become a board member and then be able to vote going forward. And I think we're up to like maybe 20, like 2 people now or something like that on the board. I don't know the exact number. And so that was how it got formed. Now, a lot of the inductees, not all, but a lot of the inductees were our members or were members of the original board, like Roxy Roxborough and Jimmy Vaccaro, to name a couple. So that's kind of how that got started. And the criteria is to, among other things, is somebody who's had, a successful career as a professional sports bettor, and maybe done other things of interest or note in the industry. For example, one of the guys who's in the Dead group was a guy who invented teasers. He was the first guy to come up with the concept of betting teasers in football. Another guy is credited with the origination of the point spread, whereas sports betting used to just be you had to pick a winner and just odds without the point spread. And then he came up with the idea for the point spread, was one of the things. Now, he was notable for other things as well, because I think this point spread is something that inevitably would have evolved, but nonetheless, he's given credit for it, and he had other accolades that were worthy of him being in. So that's kind of basically how that works.
That's very interesting. I, I just love learning about things I've never heard of before. And how many people end up showing up for that event?
Bet Bash, there could be as many as between 700 and 1,000. I'm going to go with probably about 700 as a better estimate, and all the events are designed to. I mean, every night there's a open bar, a cocktail party. There's a game. One game during the one night we have a watch party for a game with an open bar and food, and everything. And then there's the seminars, the classes, and the networking. And those events are designed to have people interact with each other, share common ideas, learn from each other, and possibly network or, maybe form partnerships
Right.
down the road. And like for me, each year I've come out of there, you only need one good new contact that just pays for everything tenfold. I mean, I walked out of there one year with I made a connection with the guy who's an AccuWeather meteorologist, and he would have the weather reports for like Saturday football, like as early as Monday for the upcoming week. And he was pretty accurate. So if there was potentially bad weather on a Saturday game, he would already kind of have an idea about it on Monday or Tuesday when the lines came up. When normally most people wouldn't get wind of that weather until Thursday or Friday and start jumping in. So you could get a big lead on the point spread on having that information, which was absolute gold. And then he did baseball totals as well. So
Good grief. And do you see a lot of folks in that realm also playing poker, or are they strictly just sports bettors?
no, there's definitely some pokers. As a matter of fact, in the Sports Gambling Hall of Fame, we also have a member of the Poker Hall of Fame.
Oh,
Billy Baxter. Billy Baxter is a member of the Sports Gambling Hall of Fame, and he's a very successful sports gambler. Billy is a very successful sports gambler over the years, and I think he was in our initial class. So he's in, and the year that that was the same year that he finished, I think, second in the seniors out of like, I don't know how many thousand people were in that. Was it like 8,000 or something, or I forget, but it was a big field, and so he was still doing it, sports and poker. We have added one of the pre-Bet Bash events. Our registration is on a Tuesday night, and on Tuesday morning and afternoon, there's a pre-event. We have a golf tournament, and we added last year. We added a poker tournament, and
yeah.
so we do have a poker tournament. They had me as a bounty on in that tournament last year, and I managed to hold on all the way until the bubble, and then busted on the bubble.
No one wants to be a bubble boy. Now, do you guys bet on poker? Like who's going to, last longer at the main event or what have you?
No, but I mean, those that are interested in poker, like I'm sure they take pieces of players and stuff like that. So,
and I was just curious, with your many decades in the sports betting realm, what are your thoughts about the progression of the online betting world?
well, the U.S. operators have really screwed up I mean, the biggest dream of the professional sports bettors was when they were finally sports betting was going to be throughout this country, and every state or most states were going to have it. And what ended up happening is these few companies like DraftKings, FanDuel, and some of these others have gotten into that market, and they sit there and they preach responsible gaming, but they actually prey on the novice square players and the quote unquote sharper players, that if they perceive you to be a winning player or have potential to be a winning player, they will limit you to like $10 and $20 bets max. But if they perceive you to be a sucker, they'll let you bet thousands on a game. So what the U.S. operators have really done is taken all this business that they could have had from a lot of people and forced people to just continue to bet offshore and what are safer and more friendly markets to play, because they let you bet, they have their limits, they let you bet, and that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
It's sad. The regulator, I mean, we have an organization that was formed out of the Bet Bash group. It's called the America's Betting Voice, and that group is lobbying. Well, I don't know if lobby is the right word, but they've gotten in touch with a lot of regulators and other legislators, because the bottom line is regulators don't even know that these sports books are doing this and restricting potentially sharp players and then preying on the weak. And so we've gotten their attention. Now, whether or not, how long it's going to be before they intervene and say, hey, you guys can't do this anymore, that has yet to be determined.
Well, we don't have probably a lot of sports bettors or poker players in the government at different levels.
Right.
And I
They
think that's
don't
the problem with online poker as well.
Exactly the problem.
Everything's offshore because the rules don't exist, or as many rules don't exist, if you will. But I noticed that you have a handful of sponsors. I was just looking at American Bettor's Voice. That's pretty cool. And at the top of the list is Edge Boost, and they've actually sponsored Hustler Casino Live previously. And speaking of, we've got Raver Poker with the mic symbol next to his name. Now, if he's still at his desk, I don't know. But anyway, Edge Boost has been sponsoring HCL in the last couple of months. So I just thought that was a cool connection there.
I just, Diane, I just DM'd you a link to the Bet Bash website, so you can see what they have to say on there.
Yeah, I'll drop that into the community feed here. Raver, can you hear me? That's really interesting, Fats. Are you the board of any other networking conferences out there?
No, that's it. Well, I guess I've been, I've been labeled the morality police lately on Spaces, and with going after McDonald's and United Health and Man of the Library and Elf and others.
Well, it's been nice finding out a little bit more about you, other than your protests on X. And actually, I empathize with you on the McDonald's one, and that's the one I know the most about anyway. And anyway, it'll be interesting how it turns out. You can bet on just about anything. So I'm wondering if anybody's got any bets on how that turns out for you.
I did have a poll that says, what's going to happen first? McDonald's will fix the problem, or Man of the Library will pay the $3,000 he owes. And 70.
Oh, you cut out.
I left that up there for a week, and 75% voted McDonald's will cave before the library pays what he owes.
Oh my. Well, Raver's at his microphone. I want you to meet Raver Poker, everybody.
Thanks, Dana.
Raver.
Nice to be here.
Thanks for hopping on. I really appreciate it.
Sure.
Did you hear me when I mentioned that the Bet Bash is co-sponsored by Edge Boost?
No, actually. So wait, what's Edge doing with them?
They're a sponsor for Bet Bash. It's like a bet conference or, sports better conference. So, and I was like, oh, looky here, me connecting the dots.
Yeah, I think they're going to find more potential clients that way. Like, it just seems more applicable to sports betting than poker. They kind of tried dipping their foot in with us on Hustler, getting poker players, but it's just hard to get poker players to use it. It's much more applicable for sports gambling, and especially if you do your sports gambling online. If you any of a lot of these guys are doing these sports bets. They're doing a lot of different bets at a lot of different online sites, and so you can just funnel the money through your Edge account, and each time you're getting a percent of the money, and it just makes more sense.
Interesting.
Yeah, like we tried to get a bunch of our players. Like we got Nick Airball to sign up, and we're like all excited. Oh, we got Nick Airball on, but it's like he never used his account.
Well, he'd already established everything, everywhere he needs to go anyway. So,
but that's
Bass,
interesting.
you ever watched Hustler Casino live?
Yeah, I've watched it a few times.
Right on.
In general, I don't watch it too often, but there's some times where it was an intriguing matchup or other things. So I watched it.
You watch? We had your boy Elf on there last week.
Yeah, well, he's a clown.
Okay, I don't know the Spaces rivalries. I'm not up to date. Who's on whose team?
I didn't know that. I promise.
No, I mean, what he did, he went in there as pretty much a novice and won. So, congratulations to him. But I have issues with him about how some of the people that he platforms when he does his spaces. So.
Okay, yeah. Well, I don't know anything about that either, Dana. So.
Yep. So Raver, you and Hustler Casino Live donated a handful of shirts. They haven't done Splash the Pots with those shirts just yet, but so far they've given away 2 nights at the Bellagio.
Oh, that's nice.
ExecDec won that. Yeah, Sean, the poker boss, walked up to the table and just had everybody play hand face up, and ExecDec won it. And he's been winning something on all of these updates, actually.
Interesting. How many people are there?
Last I heard, I believe it's just under 40.
Wow, nice job. Go Sherry.
Yeah. And then here in a little bit, she's going to be giving away, raffling off the biggest giveaway in the meetup game history, and that's a trip to Malta.
A Malta to your favorite ice cream shop.
No. It's a trip and a poker package to Malta.
That's really cool.
Hey, I'm going to step away for a few minutes. I'll be back.
Alrighty. Raver, thank you so much for joining us, and
sure.
I really appreciate you sending those shirts to Sherry. She was just over the moon about it. Now, tell us about the Countdown show.
Oh yeah, so we premiered the Countdown show yesterday, and something we're gonna do before the Friday games. And I guess Ryan Feldman and my vision for it is to kind of turn it into the sports center of the poker world. This was our first foray at doing that. So, we're open to feedback. If anyone saw it, we would love any feedback. We want to, eventually expand it beyond just poker, and maybe it can be more, there can be parts of it that are about sports gambling or other things in the gambling world. We want to have good guests on there, and yeah, just have a little, something that's a little different before the biggest show of the week on Friday. And I think it went pretty well for the first one.
Oh yeah, I think so too. You had Phil
Yeah,
Hellmuth on there.
we
So
did. He he gave us like a 40-minute interview. We reduced it
I
down
was
to
gonna
like
say, how long was the original
it
interview?
was like an hour, man. I swear. But we reduced it down to like 9 minutes. He's great, and he loves the sound of his own voice. And yeah, we have, that's I think is the most important thing, is getting cool guests that are interesting and can give some insight into poker and gambling. And that's what the people that are really hardcore fans of the show, they want to meet these players. They want to hear what they have to say. And so we want to get the popular poker players, but also just move, beyond that into like entertainment and news. And I guess there's it's almost like I want to pull like a little bit of Doug Polk's channel or something like that, right? If there's a big story in poker, it's something that I want to also cover on that show, and have it be somewhere where if you tune in and you watch the Friday show and you tune in early and you watch our little thing, you'll know what the big stories are in poker, for that week or two.
For sure. Well, the big story this week in poker happens to be about a guy that satellited into the ladies tournament.
Oh, right. Yeah, I
You
didn't
heard
want to
about
touch
that?
that, but so he satellited in, and then he ended up winning it.
No, he has yet to decide if he's going to enter, but WSOP has proclaimed that any man who, wants to sign up or has satellited in will have to
Mm-hmm.
pay a total of, $10,000. So he would have to, pay $9K on top of his ticket into the ladies event. And any man that, wants to enter in, they would have to pay 10K. And my argument is, well, they kind of shot themselves in the foot because they didn't have any verification one way or the other. This guy just kind of like picks and chooses and fires off. That's what he told Poker News, that he just fires off at
Yeah.
everything, and it just didn't dawn on him. Oh well, I'm assuming now, because all he told Poker News was he fires at everything. But the person that originally posted it pointed out that he also rebought into that satellite. So her argument is that he had to have known. And it's just got a lot of people up in arms, and then it's bringing up the whole question of whether or not ladies events should exist, but there's a strong argument, of course, for it.
Are there men's events or no? Is every event a men's event?
There are no men's only events.
Mm-hmm.
There are no women pay extra events.
Mm-hmm. Not that really matters. I was just curious if there are.
Well, yeah, that's usually the question, the common question. But anyway, that kicked off a fiery one in yesterday's space. I might have to clip it.
Well, that was
Yeah.
what you just said was my idea, to be fair.
Was
They
it?
should create one men's only event where women
yeah.
would have to pay 10,000 to enter, and then it's equal and fair, and nobody can complain about it anymore.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean the amount of people or the gap between men and women that play in these events, it's got to be like 95% men, just in general, right? So every event is a men's event.
Yeah, but women can enter it.
That's true. No, that's true.
I'm saying make one event where the women have to pay to enter the way the men would have to play in their event.
That'd be interesting. But I think it would start a fire, like a wildfire, more so than this even. Controversy. Raver, have you heard anything through the grapevine in the poker world that
Like, what do you
besides
mean?
Jay being a rocket ship on the show, have you heard any controversial stuff in the poker world and watching WSOP the last few weeks?
Not really. I mean, I'm looking for those stories too for the next week's
I know.
countdown show. So you let me know if you have any hot stories. But no, I mean, I think like there's this new kind of the way that our poker world works. It's like these people come in waves, right? Someone like Jay, like as much as I like the kid, he's not going to last forever, right? He's a fire that's going to burn bright, but he's like Icarus, right? He flies too close to the sun. We all know it. And so it's just how long can he last at these stakes? I don't know. And that there will be another Jay that will come along in 6 months, and there will be another one after him, and to be one of these guys like that can actually stay at these stakes for a long time. People don't give enough credit to people like Nick Airball and Henry. These guys that have basically been there since the beginning. They are unicorns in this space, but they need these. There's this influx of. If you remember in the very beginning of the show, we had Reza. Remember Reza? He was just like the best, but they don't last forever. So they're just kind of this new class, and I'm sure there'll be other ones. They come on the show and they start gambling, and the people love them for it, right? It's like they're like the gladiator in the arena, and everyone's cheering for them, and it encourages them to keep gambling like this. But it's not sustainable. I mean, I wish the best for Jay, but well, we will see where it goes.
Maybe this is his micro stakes. Maybe he's aiming.
Maybe it's all relative, and these are his micro stakes.
I see all these comments about where his money's coming, and of course, I just tell everybody in chat it's nobody's business where anybody gets their gambling money. But anyway, it's very.
Yeah, and it is
like,
also just a
you don't have
darker
words for it.
side. Yeah, but it is the darker side of what we do. I mean, let's be honest. There are moments where working on a poker show, or anyone who works in the gambling industry, I'm sure can tell you that at times you have to just separate yourself from what it is. We have all this funny lingo we say, oh, where's so and so? Where's Barry? Oh, Barry's in the poker hospital. Like, ha ha ha. Like, that's so funny. He's in the poker hospital, and we have this funny word for it rather than just saying, like, oh, Barry fucked up his life and lost all of his money. Like, because that's harder to say than just, oh, he's in the poker hospital. Ha ha. And that is, as the stakes on the show and in just gambling in general, there's only one way, one direction for them to go, and that's up. They all just get once you give people a little taste of this stakes, now they want more of that. And it's like drugs, right? You have to keep going harder and harder and harder. They need a hit of the good stuff. And the good stuff now is $500,000 pots and $1 million pots. And these people don't have infinite money, and you have to make sure that they're being responsible, but it's in the end, it's up to them. And there's only so much we can do. And
well, I can say I've done it on a much smaller scale where I lost money I shouldn't have been.
Of course. Exactly.
And so I call myself the poker dreamer because I know now more than ever how important bankroll management is. And Jay and others are having to have that experience in front of the world. And so, ultimately, we're all here as a community, and it is kind of like a painful joke, but
It is.
you do have to kind of like put some sand in your boots and keep your feet on the ground, and power through that high,
So
or that need for the high.
usually before you can master bankroll management, you have to master bankroll mismanagement.
There you go.
You're right about that. You have to learn the hard way. There's nothing anyone can teach you. I mean, there are certain rare people that they are just born and they stick to this. I'm only going to wager 3% of my this and whatever, but they are rare. Most people, they have to learn the hard way. And these people that are playing on the show, they're young. I mean, they are almost children, and they're playing at these galactic stakes, and they're just but they're young, and they're learning the lessons that we learned losing $1,000 or $2,000 too much. They're learning, losing $100,000 or $200,000 too much. And so, but then that's what the people want to see. That's nobody wants to watch a bunch of poker pros, 9 poker pros play a cash game. It would be the most boring thing ever. You have to have people that come to gamble, and that's what they come to do. And it just, there are unfortunate consequences of that. It's sad, but it's true.
Right. And I believe as adults, they're understanding of that risk, and they are putting themselves out there, and I respect that,
Me too. Oh, hey, I don't mean to call them children. I just mean, they're young. They are adults.
Yeah.
They are certainly adults. They're capable of making these decisions, but they're learning these lessons, right? They're learning these lessons rather than in the privacy of some home game or in some casino where just them and a few friends are. They're learning it in the public eye, and it's just crazy, that we just are there kind of observing them. And obviously we want these huge pots, and we want them to just gamble. There's nothing, better that than someone going all in blind or something like, imagine that. Or like Mr. Beast flipping for 500K when he came on the show. The people loved that. The more irresponsible you can be with your money, the better. And that's just kind of, it's what these people that watch the show and love gambling, it's what they want. So in the end, it's going to be delivered either way.
I see a lot of metagame with these players, especially the cast of characters that have been on the last few weeks. Of course, everybody knows each other, but and we've had the same crew for the same group of players in the high stakes the last couple of weeks. So it's kind of been interesting to see them play similar hands in different ways. Like yesterday, I saw Jay make a move that Mario had made against Jay last week. That big reverse bluff that Mariano made with, I believe, Trip Queens on the turn last week that Charlie covered yesterday on the Countdown show.
Oh, but it wasn't a bluff, but
I call it a reverse bluff, right? Because he's making it look like a bluff.
Okay, yeah. And, I mean, he had ace queen, and he had the 3 queens. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep.
Right, because you do something that like just doesn't make any sense, and you just make the other person make a weird call. Because here's the thing too that people don't recognize enough, I would say, is that streamed poker, you want to talk about meta games and different things. The meta game of streamed poker is just, it's very different than private game poker. Like people, they're just more likely to bluff in general, where someone would just give up and say, oh, you win. They're playing on stream, and their family's watching, their friends are watching, they know this, and so they're just more likely to bluff. And therefore you that's why you see a lot of these crazy bluffs get called, they all kind of understand this intuitively. And, you know, that's what that was. Mariano was playing into Jay's recognition that he's just going to be bluffing here sometimes, but he just wasn't. And I can't believe he won that pot.
Raver, so what was the first poker show or poker live stream that you ever watched? Like, what show got you into poker, or how did you get in poker?
Well, definitely. I mean, I got in poker. I was like a, you know, online grinder in the late 2000s up until like I was very affected by Black Friday. I lost like, I don't know, $7,000-8,000 that day.
Wow.
And I got into live, and then I started playing live, and I got into Live at the Bike. And then I did some work for Live at the Bike. Like I did their old like intro and graphics for the show. Like I got hired to do that. And then I played on their show a few times and became friends with Ryan Feldman. And then Ryan Feldman quit the show. And then I got a call from him like a couple years later saying, "Hey, I want to start a new show." And I was like, "Tell me about it." And he told me that. I was like, "Okay, this sounds good. I'm in." And originally I was just hired to do the same thing I had done for Live at the Bike, which was make an intro, like an intro song, the logo for the show, which is what my company at the time did. And then from there, just kind of followed down the rabbit hole and just kind of kept, because it was fun, you know. Before this, I was doing like corporate videos, boring company stuff, and like this is it's combining the two things I really like, which is poker and doing like video production. And yeah, and then I've been with them ever since. And now I don't do any other work for other clients anymore. Slowly I just kind of dropped those other clients, and now Hustler's my only gig.
Wow. And your title has evolved to chief
CCO.
chief
Chief creative officer. Yeah, I'm like the number 2 guy now that Bertucci's
That's
on.
awesome. You know, that's like the story of Kenny Fats, remind me the last name, the fellow that was on Sherry's show last week that she interviewed. His name is
Not
Kenny.
Ken. Oh. I don't remember who she interviewed.
So she interviewed an old school poker
Wait a minute. Let me go look
fella
under
by the name of Kenny.
I'll look under
I want to say it
feed.
starts with an L, but he started as the dishwasher in an old casino in Vegas, and then he ended up running the joint. And
yeah, worked his way up.
Yeah, exactly. And those are the stories we love. You know, you're doing what you love to do, and you're so talented. If I don't know if anybody here knows this, but any and all music that you hear on Hustler Casino Live is composed by Raver.
That's not exactly true. Some of it, a lot of it is, but some of it is not. There's a lot of times I'm taking other tracks and mixing them. At the very least, I'm mixing them, but yeah.
You know, you're DJing, you're composing them
one way
or the other.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But yeah, no, that's the thing. And like we have a big vision for what we're doing with the show. If anyone's noticed now, we have that 24-hour broadcast going now. And that's really like where Ryan wants to put his focus into the future, is for us making this like 24-hour gambling / poker network that we could sell to, you know, some place. We're not exactly sure where. So we want to fill that with content, things like that HCL countdown show, like different podcasts, different things, maybe Twitter Spaces. There's actually been talk. Ryan mentioned like that maybe we could do a show on there that's like it's broadcast on our channel, and it's just like a Twitter space. And I think that's actually a pretty good idea. I don't know exactly how it would work. You'd have to plan it ahead of time, have the speakers picked out. But you know, obviously we have Hustler Casino Live as like a backbone of the channel, but we need a lot of other stuff.
For sure.
Ken Lambert.
Ken Lambert.
Yeah.
I had to scroll
right.
back like 8 days for that.
It was exactly 8 days ago. Sherry interviews a member of the poker community, Raver, every Friday.
Mm-hmm.
And she loves learning about old school poker. So that's kind of the thing. That's her thing.
Hey, I got a question.
And
Is there going to be an investigation if Sherry wins a trip to Malta?
yes. No. Yes.
Yeah, she probably shouldn't be eligible.
I think she already got a trip, like Ivana or Ivana, the lady from the casino, has already gifted her something or other. Anyway, we've got Bobby on the horn. Hey, Bobby.
What's up, Dana? How are you?
Hey, Bobby.
Hi
Doing
there,
good. How are
Patsy.
you?
Raver, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Hello, Bobby. Nice to see you.
You as well. How many people showed up for the meetup game out there?
40 so far, or thereabouts.
That's good. 4 tables. Nice.
Yeah. 3 or 4. And then you've got the come and goes, And they haven't given away the Malta trip just yet. So we're waiting for Sherry to pop in and let us know any big hands or any splash the pot giveaways. We've got a whole collection of stuff. So, Bobby, are you going to play the WSOP this summer?
Out of the 4 things that you have to do to book one of these things, you have to A, book your flight there. B, book your hotel room. C, book your flight home. And D, there's something else. I forgot what the 4th one was. The only one I've done so far is book my flight home. That's the only one I've done.
Well, that's the opposite order of what you should do. You should book the flight there, but then not book the flight home until you know how you're going to do, right?
I'm very
what if you
strange as
make a
far as
deep
that goes, but
run?
yes, yep.
Well,
I've booked my flight home.
Bobby,
That's all I've done.
Did you say all you've booked is the flight back?
You break it up real bad, brother. I can't hear any of you. Try it
No,
again.
that is what he said. He said he's only booked the flight back, and I'm saying that should be the opposite. You could just book the flight there. You don't know what's going to happen.
Well,
yeah, but you got to look at it like this: if he only books the flight back, and then he misses his flight, it's still easy to get home.
That's true.
And maybe it's like a bankroll management choice, Raver, right? Where he's setting himself like, I can't play past this certain period of time unless he's booked his flight back after the main. But that's intriguing, Bobby.
It is.
Some people
good
say
luck.
intriguing. Some people say intriguing. Some people say retarded. However you want to put it together, yes, it is. But yeah, I think I'm going. I think I'm going to go out on the 27th for 5 or 6 days. Play the Gladiator. Play the mini main, by the way. So go out there and fuck around for a few days. See some friends.
Good. Well, keep us posted, okay? And jump into Sherry's space whenever you cash or whenever you don't. I don't care. And Raver, you're going to be going to the WSOP, right?
Yeah, the whole Hustler crew is going on July 2nd. Ryan got us a party bus, and so myself, my whole video team, Magic, Tita, Louie, like we have a party bus going from LA to Vegas on the 2nd. And yeah, we'll be there for like 5 days, maybe longer if I play in the main and I actually make it past day 1 this year. That would be cool.
That would be awesome. We've had some HCL players make some big cashes, and Sherry's Fats. Who are some of the players in the space group that have cashed here recently? That you might recall?
I think Barry had a small cache.
Pardon the interruption. Hey, Raver, glad you
Hey,
joined
Sherry.
us, as well as Fats. And I see Daisy and Dana. Thank you.
Sherry.
I'm going to tell you guys, I can't hear you. It's so fucking loud here. So just bear with me and I'll just chat. And then I'm going to bounce out because we are playing live still. Just gave away some Starbucks gift cards. And Jeff with 2Fs won that $25 gift card that Ruben donated. I don't know who won them at the other two tables because someone else did the Splash the Pot giveaways for me at those tables. Hopefully they'll give us an update. Um, yeah, we're having fun. Some good pots, some good poker for sure.
Hey, Sherry. How many people you got?
We still have, let me count, 2, 4, 6, 7 at that table, 2, 4, 6, 8 at that table, and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 at my table. So however many that is, you guys add it up.
24.
We're going to do the drawing.
24.
We're going to do the drawing for the Malta package at 4 o'clock. And then any of the items that were donated that I have like only one or two of, we're just going to draw from the drawing. Like we got $100 gift certificate from South Point for their steakhouse. So we're going to just pull a name out of the drawing for that. And I will have 2 extra gift cards. We'll do the drawings for that. And of course, Karen donated a starter subscription for GTO Wizard. So we will do the drawing for that as well. So that's what we got going on. And Raver, the t-shirts did not arrive. I appreciate your donation. So we will do drawings. Well, what
No.
we'll do is I'll do drawings next week of, out of all the names of the people that are here. And we'll still give them away and it's not a problem.
Oh my goodness. Well,
Wait,
hey,
did you check the tracking on that,
Yes, we
Dana?
did. As a matter of fact, we've kind of been making fun of it because yesterday it said that it was still in California, but it was going to deliver to Las Vegas yesterday. And then it updated late last night that it was in Kentucky and it would deliver to Las Vegas on Tuesday. So, obviously,
Oh, so they
yeah,
messed up. I should get like a refund
they
then.
obviously did, but
yeah.
it's not a problem because we'll just do the drawings in a space and we will ship them to them. So no problem. I appreciate your donation and
Okay.
love what you guys are
And
doing.
darn.
Sherry, did you say
I
it?
appreciate you too, Sherry. I was excited to do anything to support you because you're awesome. So thank you.
Thank you. I
Sherry, did
appreciate you.
Sherry, did you say
Yeah,
at
ditto.
4 o'clock was when you were going to win the Malta trip?
Yeah.
Fingers crossed, toes crossed. But, I have a 1 and I think we have, what did you guys say? However many people, 24,
24.
25. Yeah,
Yeah.
chance of winning. So there you go.
Have you had anybody stop by and say hi to everybody?
No, everybody came to play today, and I know that there's
Okay.
supposed to be a couple, and one person in particular that may stop by later. But you don't know because they're playing tournaments, so we
Right.
just go with it.
Awesome. All right. Tell everybody hi for us.
Oh, we will. Thanks, you guys. I'll be back.
All righty. Raver, sorry about that. Yeah, I sent
Yeah,
her
no, me
tracking.
too. That's whack.
and-
Why the F
Dude.
did it go? So it obviously got on like the wrong plane. That's whack.
Well, also there have been some really bad storms, but that I mean, LA to Vegas should be right less than half a day trip.
It's a 4-hour drive. There's
Yeah.
no reason it should go on a plane to Kentucky. That makes no sense. But
Yeah.
too bad.
LA to
Fucking
Vegas by way of
Ryan.
Kentucky?
Ryan needed a goddamn
Yeah,
felt
by
from
way of Kentucky.
Ryan needed a felt from Vegas to LA, and he just paid me to drive it there.
Good
Oh, you were the
grief.
one that did that?
That was me.
Oh, no, that's awesome. I remember when we
Awesome.
were in that panic and we needed that felt, and he said, I didn't realize it was you, but I remember that. And then he paid what? He paid like $500 to drive it down. Is that right?
Fuck, I don't even remember how much it was. There's something like that, between 200 and 500 or some shit. But
Yeah.
Ryan's good
Yeah,
people, so
that's
I was
cool.
willing to do
Thank
it.
you.
That's awesome. And that reminds
Well,
me.
anyways, hey, I have to go. By the way, I have to go. Thank you so much. Sherry is awesome. Tina,
Thank
you're
you,
awesome.
Raver.
Bobby, all of you had a good one. Thank you for all the
Kramer.
support at Hustler Casino
Much
Live. We
love.
appreciate you all. Bye bye.
You got it. Take care. Have a great weekend. Oh, that was awesome. Bobby, are you a big HCL fan too?
Yeah, I love HCL. Ryan's a pal. Love Raver.
Yeah.
Love Billy whenever he gets to be on there. So yeah,
Yeah.
love the HCL boys.
I've really enjoyed working for him now. It's been about 2 years. 2.5. Something like that. It started with volunteering, kind of like the dishwasher gig. I started volunteering, doing stuff, and then I'm just working part-time now, and it's led to some other things on the side for me, and they're just very supportive. So, and great community too. So have you been keeping up on the high rollers, Bobby?
Yeah, and to answer a question from earlier, anybody asked if any Spaces people have done anything lately. Matt Vengren, one of our very own, he's been in the Spaces before, and he won a bracelet yesterday.
I thought his name looked familiar.
Yep.
Sherry just got the 7-3 through. The 7-3 just went through.
Does anybody know the story about 7-3?
I thought they used to play that game with 7-2. I assume that whoever has, you predetermine that hand, and anybody that gets the showdown and wins with it gets a bounty or something from everybody.
They must have had a 7-3 bounty.
It's an
I'm
odd
going to do a little check-in here for everybody. That I've got a few new listeners. Oops, I lost my sheet. I'm pulling a Sherry, you guys. Got it.
Is Daisy even here, or is she just co-hosting for more spots?
She's co-hosting. I think spontaneity came to surface in her life. She's been road tripping. She's got dinner right now, and then she's going to the Phillies game tonight. So
I just got to the Phillies game. I'm like here about to walk in. So yeah, I've been listening.
Fun.
What's up, Dave? How are you?
Good. How are you?
Same shit.
Oh.
So,
I'm
what
here,
base
though.
are you sitting on?
Right on the third baseline.
Cool.
They got the Mets, right?
Yep.
Yep. Today it's Phillies Mets.
Is that in New York or Philly?
I am currently in Philly.
I thought they were having bad weather there.
No, it is sunny as can be.
Hey, Fats, go buy a piece of my package on Poker Steak, please.
Well, that's how you ask. You just do it.
I don't go on Poker Steaks.
I understand, but now you probably should figure out how it works. Just give it a try. See if it works.
Well, Bobby, can you ask me that after you bought the plane ticket there?
I'm buying the plane ticket there tonight, you hillbilly. If I bought the plane ticket home, I'm obviously going to buy the plane ticket there.
Is it true that airlines' best prices are on Tuesday? So you might have to wait till Tuesday.
Middle of the week, whatever.
Yeah.
No, that's why that figures that must be why. That's why we bought ours yesterday.
You notice gas prices are the same way. I used to run a convenience store eons ago, and the gas prices would always go up Thursday and Friday morning. Bobby, what do you got on Poker Steak?
Just a couple of things. I'd never used it before, so I wanted to see how it works before I put any volume on there. A couple of bullets of the Gladiator, and 50% of the mini main or some shit.
Now, the mini main, is that a single entry?
I think it's a single entry per day. I only have one bullet of the mini main.
Another question about that mini main. So if it's a single bullet per day, so do you get to accumulate chips and take all of your chips, or do you just take the best stack?
Just one day. If as soon as you bag, I think you're done.
Oh.
Yeah, WSOP doesn't fuck around with any of that big bag forward stuff. As soon as you put chips in a bag, you're done at the WSOP.
I don't mind that at all. Yeah, I got added to State Kings, but I have posted. It was for Sherry's meetup game, but family thing came up, and so I had to cancel. So I haven't officially done a full transaction on State Kings. So I don't know one from the other. I hadn't heard of Poker Stakes until way after I was set up on State Kings.
Yeah, Poker Stake is owned by a friend of the program, Josh REA, and he's been pretty good to me. He's been down here playing PLO before, and actually Kessler helped me set up getting stakes through on there. So I'm gonna thank Alan. I got to thank Josh. So first time using it. I fucking posted my picture to my account the other day, and it's still not up there. So I don't know how the hell to deal with that shit. So, but
Is
it'll be up
Poker
there soon, I'm
Stakes?
sure.
Is there an app for that, or is it just a website?
As far as I know, it's just desktop website now, pokerstake.com. And just look up Bobby Schmidt. I'll be there. On the
Right on.
WSOP stakes, not any of the other shit.
Bobby, you much of a sports bettor yourself?
Not really. I love baseball. I like to bet golf, but just little, not much at all.
Yeah, me too. Like pennies compared to everybody else. Did you hear fat stories earlier about the bet bash and some other things about the sports betting world?
Yeah, I've been around that most of that shit most of my life, but I don't want any part of Bet Bash, and I don't delve too deep into it. I do it for fun, mainly against friends and golf long shots and shit like that. I try not to get too deep in the sports betting world. You know, it's hard to win when you're laying 10%.
See, I don't even know what laying 10% means.
It's like when you bet if you bet a point spread on a game and you wanted to bet to win 1,000, you have to put up 1,100 to win 1,000. So that's the 10%.
I wish I could play royalty free music while we're in here thinking of things to talk about. Anything non-poker related that anybody's heard lately through the grapevine?
Seven minutes till somebody wins a malted at their favorite ice cream shop.
That's exciting. Extra large.
Yeah, I would hope so. If it's the grand prize.
From what Sherry was saying, it's a VIP treatment kind of thing.
It's VIP treatment, but all you got to do is fly from the United States to fucking Malta, which is not a 2-hour flight, boys and girls.
No, it's not. I think from Tampa. I think it's
We're
like
about to run
36
that
hours.
Malta in 6 minutes, y'all. 6 minutes, we're gonna run that Malta.
Now,
Yay.
does that package include cost of getting a passport if you don't have one?
No. And it doesn't
Yeah,
include
don't
the
forget that. The
flight.
PTO.
We'll be taking another caller.
No, it doesn't include the flight.
No, that's the only thing you're responsible for. And since it's so far out, you can actually get a good price for it.
It pays for your hotel. It pays for, I think you get breakfast every morning at the hotel, and if I'm not mistaken, a tournament entry. Plus, you
Mhm.
get a meet and greet with me because I'll be in Malta for that series.
If I knew that prize included a meet and greet with you, I'd have flown out for the meetup game.
It's 98% that I would cancel on the meet and greet. I'm not very friendly. But if you happen to win and you're there and you see a big giant 295-pound man with curly hair everywhere, come say hi. I'll probably be nice then. I'm gonna go watch this College World Series game. You guys be good. Let me know who wins.
Well, you don't have to. I mean, they're about to
How
announce it.
can you log off now, 4 minutes before the
Yeah.
Malta gets drawn? Dun, 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 dun.
I'm searching
Sherry winning the trip.
free suspenseful music.
Suspense is killing me. 3 minutes. Now, how many people? Well, let's see. What do we only have 12 people in this space? How many of the
Yeah.
12 people in this space are actually playing in the meetup game? You got Sherry. Is there anybody else? Jeff with 2 Fs, maybe?
Yeah, and Isaac.
Isaac, that's 3.
Yeah.
So the meetup game space is about a 1 in 8 shot if there's still 24.
Oh, do we want to place a penny bet on whether or not a person in the space will win the Malta trip?
I don't know where odds were. I don't know where Karen disappeared to. We would have been down to 6-1.
Yeah.
Shot.
So
Now, are any of these other guys
Put a
in here?
penny.
Todd, Jason, Shifu, Stewart, Andra? Any of those guys in the game?
I
Reaper?
believe Raper is.
Reaper? All right, so we got 6-1. Meetup game space takes it.
Interesting.
2 minutes.
I'll try to have suspense music next time. If I want to play through the speakers, then the microphone shuts off, so I can't do it. Oh, wait. Hey. Got my phone.
As a matter of fact, if that game's getting ready to start, Daisy should pop her mic on for the national anthem.
That'd be fun.
It starts in like 15 minutes.
I'd love to hear the anthem in the
That'd be
space.
perfect if the anthem was coming over right now, just before the drawing.
I don't know if you'll be able to hear it because I don't know how much background noise you hear now, but with my AirPods, it like picks up some noise, but it's like they're noise canceling. So sometimes the ambient noise is a little hard to hear. But I'm down.
Do you live in the Philly area, Daisy?
Okay, excuse the interruption.
Oh,
Excuse the
here we go.
interruption. We're going to do the Malta drawing. So, dealer, if you'll hold the deal after you guys are done. Stand by, you guys. We're waiting for all the hands at all the tables to end. My handy dandy assistant's going to come over here and help me, Miss Karen
Dun,
Chess.
dun, 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 dun.
We're waiting for everybody seeing. Are you guys done? Are you done? Okay, everybody's done? No, this hand. We got one table, one more hand. Hold on, it's a big one. On a six jack, deuce six board. Wolfie's in it. Over $100 in the pot with my friend Andy from Spokane. Wolfie has pocket tens and takes it down. Good job, Wolf. Appreciate you. Okay, you ready? Yeah. All right, Karen and I are going to do the drawing for the Malta package. Here we go.
Okay, so what would you like me to do?
I'm gonna.
You're gonna draw it.
Nope, I'm gonna hold it.
Sherry would like
We'll
you
get
to
this
pick her
guy.
name, Karen.
Draw. It
No.
doesn't matter. Here we go. Who's the winner?
All right.
Ruben. Ruben won the package.
Ruben.
So congratulations to Ruben.
Yay. Ruben was in the space earlier, Fats. Does that count?
I know, he dropped out. What's going on there?
Did you like the music?
Okay, we have some other things to give away too that we have. We have, I'm going to let you,
Do what?
we're going to go. We have $100 gift certificate from South Point. Go ahead.
Draw another one?
Mhm.
Oh, you want me to draw this
Yeah.
one? Okay.
Karen's going to draw it. $100 gift certificate for South Point. You had to be one of the first 37. Edward, you got Ed P got it. Okay, the last gift card from Ruben from Starbucks, $25. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'll talk to you about it. Go ahead.
Hey, Michael R.
Michael R.
That's the guy who's sitting here.
Michael R. Oh, I think he left. Yep.
T. Michael.
Oh, Michael. Oh, he left.
Michael R.
Okay, redraw. Redraw.
Okay.
Redraw. No, we said winners had to be present. Sorry.
Jason.
Jason. There he is. Pass that to Jason down there. Thank you. Another Home Depot gift card, $25. Yep, one more. ExecDec. I'll let you give it to him. Okay,
He
that's
won
it for right now.
again?
Thanks, people.
He won the whole gamut. ExecDec, get yourself on the microphone and explain. Explain.
Definite investigation coming up here.
Get in the hot seat, ExecDec.
Now, does that basically end the meetup game? Now it's just however it fizzles out, or
Well, it sounds like they've given everything away, and they're going to continue to hang out and the
they'll
spaces.
play, but it'll be slowly breaking up.
I don't know. This is a first for me. But she's going to keep popping in and sharing any big hands and that kind of thing. That was the. Now I'm testing out different game show music. I'm addicted. What's your favorite music, Fats?
I'm an 80s guy.
I don't
Anything
know.
80s is good with me.
I've been listening to a lot of 80s today. I'll tell you what, these people on YouTube that just post, copyright free music, like the copyright has expired and they can just play these things. Like this one thing has 1 million views 2 months ago. And they only have 43 subscribers. It's insane. Like, why didn't I think of that 15 years ago?
We're all muted. It's like a late night player space.
Okay, you guys. We are redrawing for that trip to Malta per Ruben's request. So here we go. Here we go. We're redrawing for the Malta trip.
Here comes Sherry. Sherry's
For the
still
Malta
alive.
trip. Yep, we put them all back in except Ruben's. Karen took out whose name? Ed P.
Again?
Ed P just won the Malta trip. Congratulations, bud.
Tell him to hop into the chat. Tell him to hop onto space.
What'd you say, Dana?
Tell him to hop in the space if he can.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can get him the microphone. Hold on. Okay, they want you to say something in the space.
I just want to thank Peaches Poker for this great opportunity to travel across the world and have the opportunity to play worldwide to show my talents to Malta.
Do it.
Thank you.
Congrats, Ed.
You're saying congratulations.
Thank you so much.
He's acting crazy.
Hey,
That's what drinking sounds like at a poker game, right there.
Does Ruben get a 10% free roll?
Who?
Ruben.
Oh, maybe. Might be.
That'd be
That may
nice.
be C we need to talk about.
Hey, Sherry.
All right, you guys, I gotta go ahead.
Can you post a picture of Ed with his winning flyer or whatever in the?
Well, actually, we have like a big. Actually, we have like a big check. We're gonna do pictures. So stand by.
Cool. Sweet. Everybody. Oh, Fats, I was going to ask you about your thoughts on the fact that, with different apps and companies and stuff, you can literally bet on anything now.
Yeah, you should always be careful when you begin a question with Fats. I wanted your thoughts, just for future reference. You never know where I'm gonna go.
Oh, I know what I'm getting myself into. I get it.
Yeah, I mean there is so much to bet on, but that's one of the interesting things. Like where I just used BetBash for an example, because of all these little niche markets between tennis and, I mean, you could probably bet on, ping pong in other countries and stuff like that. If you happen to know something about those, I mean, the people that are putting up lines, they are not experts on all these various offerings. They're just putting them up there because, in general, people will bet on anything. But if you're smart and ingenuitive, or I don't know if that's what's the right word, but and you can research this, maybe find some articles about these tournaments or whatever. A lot of times they're pretty simple to handicap, and the people that are putting the lines up on them, they don't know. They're just putting it up, figuring people just bet because they got nothing better to do. So you can corner those markets. Now you can't get down a lot of money necessarily on those, but those little markets are pretty can be lucrative for the guy who wants to take the time and dig into it and
Yeah.
find the information.
I mean, you have people betting on the election and all sorts of stuff. Welcome, Adam.
Well, I'll tell you this one: when COVID hit, there was literally nothing to bet on. Like everything came off the board. I mean, every sport stopped. There was nothing going on, so there was nothing to bet on, which was kind of amazing. And what I did was, my parents they watched Jeopardy all the time, and then my mom would always tell me how, I got Final Jeopardy tonight, and I was like, you seem to get that an awful lot. So I said, I don't really think you're getting it as often as you say you're getting it. Tell you what, since I had nothing else to bet on, I said, I'll lay 6-5 every night that you don't get Final Jeopardy. And it was an honor system. She's honest about it. And so it was at 6-5, it was about a wash. But that was like my only action during the early stages of COVID. And then they ran out of pre-taped episodes, and there were no more episodes, and it was reruns, and I didn't want to bet on the reruns.
Interesting. So, what's
But
the
there's always
weirdest
something.
or biggest? What's the biggest or weirdest parlay you've ever seen or heard of?
Biggest or weirdest parlay? Oh well, I'm gonna dig into my my archives for that one, and it's in I talk about it in the Be Better Betters interview that I did with Spanky, which a link to it is in my on my profile on Twitter, and it was a Saturday in college basketball. And I was looking at the odds that morning, and there was about 5 games that were all about a 14-point spread, and had a money line of about 10-1 for the underdog to win outright. And I said, 14-point dog, 10-1. That seemed pretty good. Seemed like it was a little too much to be getting at 10-1, because I would say 1 in 10 times a 14-point favorite will probably lose a game. So what I did was I took all 5 teams and played a round robin parlay, all the 2-team combinations, for $500 each way. So that was an investment of $5,000 because there's 10 combinations. And then I took each of the 5 games and bet them straight up as a single bet for 1,000 to win 10,000. So basically what I did was, if any one of those 5 games won, I invested 10,000 total. If any one of the 5 games won, I would have my money back with a profit. I would lose 9,000 on everything else, so I would make a profit. If they all lost, then I would lose the 10,000. But if 2 of them happened to win, I would win 10,000 twice on the two individual bets, and I would hit one of those $500 parlays. Well, a $500 parlay where both teams are 10-1 underdogs pays 60,000. So that was the bet I made, hoping to just win one game and then maybe still have a game alive where I got a big root. So the games start and first game wins. So I'm already free rolling the rest of the way. I can't lose. The second game wins. So now I have the first two games in, which are worth 60,000 for the parlay and 10 and 10. So that's 80,000 in, and then less whatever I'm going to lose on the rest of the bets that don't hit. And the bookmaker that I made the bet with, I didn't even know he had my phone number, and my cell phone rings, and he calls me up and he says, "What did you do to me? You bet a nickel, a couple nickels, and you hit me for 80,000. What are you doing? That's not fair. That's not right." And I said to him, I said, "Let me ask you a question. If those two games had lost, would we be having this call? Were you complaining about those bets?" And of course, the answer is no. So he just had to suck it up, and that was the end of that. And the funny part about it was the other three games, I didn't win any of them, but all three games were winning outright in the second half, and we're alive. And I only wish I was there to watch that bookmaker sweat out those last three games, because if any one of them hit, it would have been two more parlays that hit. So that would have been another 120,000 plus another 10,000 for the straight bet. So that would have been 210 in winnings, and then less the couple dimes I lost on the rest of it. So that would be that's my big parlay story in life.
Good grief.
And actually, the bookmaker who I beat for that parlay, I will be seeing him at Bet Bash, because he is one of the inductees into the Sports Gambling Hall of Fame this year. And I'm looking forward to saying hello.
Cool.
Hey, Dana, when can we expect Sherry to cut our checks for working the space and keeping everybody busy today?
Oh, half past never.
Yeah, sounds about right. You think she could cut up all the the slush money she pocketed in the back channels there with the swag and stuff?
Well, this is just something she puts together for the poker community, for the Spaces community. And like I said earlier, she does it out of the kindness of her heart and out of her own pocket. So
I know that's the narrative we promote. I understand.
well, I mean, that's just, like I said, I'm new to the whole thing, and that's just how I see it.
No,
And
but it's the standard troll who we have to put out there. It's just like when Hex ran this Spaces Poker League. All we did was, break his balls about what kickbacks he was getting from ACR.
Oh. I don't play on ACR anymore, except maybe a free roll every now and then.
The one lesson of the most important lesson of Spaces is no good deed goes unpunished. Yeah.
Wants to rule the world.
Yeah, I gave up my nap for Sherry today.
Uh-oh. Well, it's been storming today. I'm in Florida, and so I got some gardening done this morning, and I really didn't have any plans this weekend, so I took her up on her invite to co-host. So I've had fun doing this.
Karen's back.
Karen.
I just wanted to say you've done a great job, Dana. I'm sorry if it's really loud, but thank you for
Wait,
holding it
where's our
down.
national anthem?
Thanks, Daisy.
Well, you couldn't really hear it. It was kids. It was kids today. And it happened about like 10, 15 minutes ago, right when they were announcing the second multi draw.
Hey guys.
Hey, Karen. How's it going over there?
Good. We just did the drawing as you probably heard, and then now I'm back at the table. I'm next to Andreas. We're just playing. I'm down a little bit.
Do we have a big winner report or any big hands that you've seen?
I can't remember his name, but no, but I've been up and down a little area a lot with the giveaways. But nothing that stands out. We've had a good amount of action, but I wouldn't say any huge pot.
Right on. And did you see anybody come and go and say hi to the gang?
Yeah, hang on. Yeah, I saw Wolfie, Ruben, hang on.
Did anybody attend the game that Sherry hadn't met before that walked up and said, "Hi, are you Sherry from Spaces?" Dana, for reference, that's a
Sorry, I was
Eden
in a
Rock.
hand. I was in a hand. No, nobody did that. Hang on 1 second.
Eden Rocks in one of his rants said it like that. Sherry from Spaces, and Sherry was in there, I think, when he said that. And so for one of the meetup games last year, we're trying to recruit somebody to walk up to her and say, "Are you Sherry from Spaces?" But we never found the right person. Little context for you there.
It'd have to be somebody she wouldn't punch in the face.
Well, we've got rustling in the other room here. The 4 dogs have just got to look at the clock and realized my wife hadn't fed them yet, and now there's hell to pay.
Uh-oh.
It's a 4-on-1 assault right now.
Roxy's been a little bit restless too. We got her almost exactly a year ago.
Did you ever see? I saw a video, a dog video, a couple months ago. I've been meaning to I always tell my wife to do it, but she's never done it, I don't think. Where it's time to feed the dog, and they have like a big bag of kibble or something, and they just take one little kibble and just drop it in the bowl.
Yeah.
And the expressions on the dog's face is like, no, that's not going to cut it. It's like so funny. And I know how these dogs are when they want to eat. And I'd like to make that video myself with these guys.
Do it. What's the Phillies score right now? 1-0. Mets are winning. 1 on first and third. I can't tell who's at bat yet.
Hey, is that Dana giving us the update while Daisy's at the game?
Yeah.
I'm a go sports kind of gal. I'm just watching the mascot dancing, and there you go. Something really
Post a picture
happened.
in the feed. Yeah, there's 2 on base, one on first and 1 on third. Is what I'm seeing.
Runners at the corner.
Yeah, now I think Phillies are up now.
Used to be a poker game called baseball. I think 3s and 9s were wilds. And if you got a 4, you could get an extra card. And there were a few other crazy rules.
We had a dog that had a litter shortly after we got her. I was like, oh my God, you're getting fat. Nope, she was pregnant. And we had to give one of them away. Like 3 of them, like we kept one, and another family member kept one, another family kept another. So 3 of the 4 stayed in the family, and one of them got adopted out. Well, I nicknamed him Roonty because he was the tiniest of the litter, and he also howled, so I called him Roonty. But the people that took him ended up naming him Baseball. And we don't know what happened to Baseball. That's the last update. But anyway, I just thought that was funny. Poker card game called Baseball. It exists.
Yeah, go ahead, read. Let's hear the rules. Let's see how close I was.
It exists. Okay.
I think it's dealt
So
like
here are the
7 stud.
topics. Before dealing the cards, each player will make an ante. Each player is dealt 3 cards, 1 card at a time. The first 2 cards received are face down. The third card is face up. The object of the
Right.
game is to win chips. Okay, this is obviously SEO. Chips are won by being the only player that did not fold or by having the highest ranking poker hand among the players. Okay, a poker hand consists of 5 out of the total cards to be dealt. Special cards. There are 3 special cards in baseball poker. The 3s and 9s are wild cards and can be used as any card. When a 4 is dealt face up to a player, the player receives another card face up.
There you go. I think I called it exactly right.
I think so.
3s and 9s are wild. 4, you get an extra card. And dealt
And then they
like
have the
pretty much like
pregame
7
rule.
stud.
Yeah. It's a very wordy explanation. That's one link
Yeah, that explanation sounds like it was for somebody that never played any poker ever.
Yeah, exactly. Strategy. Players must be cautious as strong hands are common in baseball poker, and players may need to fold to avoid losing more money. Story of our lives.
Strong hands are common. Yeah, 3s and 9s wild plus
Yeah.
extra cards.
I told Sherry next time we have a meetup game space, we should have like a sit and go or a multi-table tournament. Play for swag or something online. That'd be fun. You play online, Fats?
When the Hex Poker League started, I got back into playing online. I was playing a lot. I don't play as much now. Just if I'm bored, I'll log in and play just for fun. Nothing big.
Well, I play
Problem is
very,
you
very
can't play any. I mean, you have to play No Limit Hold'em, and you get tired of that after a while.
Okay, pardon the interruption. We just broke down a table. We're down to 2 tables now because there was a big hand that busted out a couple of folks. So they are on their way out the door. And we are going to figure out who won the trophy in about 2 minutes. So we're going to find out who's won the Wolfie Trophy here in about 2 minutes.
What is the Wolfie Trophy?
It's a trophy that one of the players brought, and it's for the person that wins the most at the cash game. It's like a bobblehead.
So as people are leaving, they're registering their win for the day?
Yeah.
Or do you have to still, or is it whoever's won the most of whoever's left at the end?
I think, yeah, you have to be present. So whoever has the most at the end. She's not about
if you're
to
the
go
last,
chasing people down.
So if you're the last one at the table and you still want to keep playing, and everybody leaves, that you could lose and still win that.
Still win the trophy, yeah. If you're really committed to winning that trophy.
I'm holding out till heads up.
Nice. Hi, Miss Sandy Joy. Thanks for hopping in. Good to see you. Kush, Shifu, Jason. Andreas. Switzerland. And Todd Rizzo, of course. Thanks for hanging out with us today, guys. We got a bobblehead trophy award happening soon. Ed won the Malta package. So he will be bebopping on the other side of the world. And maybe he'll cash over there. Or he'll just get himself a trophy over there. I like watching those the live streams from Malta. There's one casino that has their dealers dress up like pinup, not pinup, but like 1940s. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Or, they'll have a Western theme and all of their dealers are dressed up like Western characters. King's Casino, I believe, is the one.
That's like when the rodeo's in town in Las Vegas and everybody's wearing rodeo outfits instead of their casino uniforms.
Yeah. What's the biggest show you've seen in Vegas, Fats?
Well, I've seen Siegfried and Roy. I've seen the most of the circus. The one that was, what was it? Oh, is that the one with the water? I've seen that. When I first came out to Vegas, there's a funny story. Jay Leno used to do stand up at Caesar's Palace. So I saw him. I think I even saw Seinfeld one New Year's out in Vegas. But Jay Leno used to always do stand up at Caesar's. And this was my first year out in Vegas, and it was Mother's Day. And we would, call. We used to use payphones a lot to call on the lines and stuff like that to the office that I was making bets for when I first got out there. And so I'm at the payphone, and I would called my mother to wish her a happy Mother's Day. And while I'm on the phone, Jay Leno walks by. And I'm like, Mom, hold on a second. I drop the phone and I go over to Jay Leno and I ask him for his autograph, and he's real gracious. Absolutely. And he just had a sports sheet with lines on it, and he just autographed the back of it. And then he looks over back at where I came from, and there's the phone just hanging there. And he says, who are you talking to? I said, oh, I was talking to my mother, wishing her happy Mother's Day. Do you want to wish her a happy Mother's Day? And so he says, sure. So Jay Leno walks over, picks up the phone, and says, hi, Mom, this is Jay Leno, and I want to wish you a happy Mother's Day. And my mother asks him to put me back on the phone. And so he hands the phone back to me, and my mother says, I don't have time to play games with you and your stupid friends.
Oh my gosh. Oh no.
And and then he left after that, and I thanked him, but it was my mother thought I was pranking her or something. She said, I don't have time to play games with you and your stupid friends.
Wow.
I always wanted to run into Jay Leno one time in life to see if he remembers that.
You should tweet at him.
Yeah, I might. You know what, though? I'm going to make a note, though. I'm going to add that story that story's going in the book now that I just remembered it.
Oh, what was that other thing that you said about bankroll management success is based on whatever that
Yeah.
one line that you said. I was going to say,
You
Raven,
can't. It's
I was going to
very
say, put that on
difficult.
an index card because
Yeah,
many
that's.
people
I
have.
have a couple sayings like that. That actually. You know what? I'm going to make a note of that because there's a few um, sayings that I have or phrases that I have that I kind of use to teach people. And how about bankroll management and this management? Yeah, I said you can't learn bankroll management with it's hard without first learning bankroll mismanagement.
Yeah.
But
Anytime I lose money in poker, which is, more often than not, I just call it a payment to my poker tuition
yeah,
because I'm learning,
it's all everything's always a learning process. One of the phrases that I like to tell people, I say, with regard to the sports gambling, I say, in this business, it's not about what you know or who you know. It's about what who you know knows.
I feel like I've heard that or something similar. But
I,
it's
I
funny
have
how
said it a few times in spaces, but
I
that
just
was
mean
that.
about in life.
I
I
never
think
heard that elsewhere. I came up with that on my own.
right on.
Not that somebody didn't ever say something like that, but
Exactly. Back, oh, God, the early 2000s, I started saying ish because people would say, "Oh, how are you?" And I'd be like, ish, And I swear, that was original from me. And then culturally, socially, people would say ish more and more often,
maybe you started it.
Yeah.
The another one I like to tell people is you can't make a good bet a better bet by making a bad bet. And what that basically means is sometimes you'll make a really good bet, and by good bet in general, it's always a reference to how much you beat the point spread by. So let's say the point spread is like 5 and you laid 2. Well, that's pretty good. You beat the point spread by 3 points. That's a good bet. Now, if the spread's 5 everywhere, that's just considered a bad bet, or just a bet there's no edge because you could bet that anywhere. You're not stealing anything. So a lot of times people will have a good bet -2, and they'll say, well, wait a minute, I can take back +5, hedge it and take back +5 on the other side. And now I can win if the game falls 2, 3, 4, or 5. So I give myself a chance to win both ways. But the problem is you can't take the good bet, the -2, and make it a better bet by making the bad bet the +5. Each bet, when you do something like that, has to have value in and of itself, or it's not worth betting.
Greek to me.
It might be a little. That might have been a little bit confusing, but that's the phrase anyway.
What is that one? There's a phrase: "Good after bad" or "bad after good," something along those lines.
Yeah, whatever that phrase is, don't do that.
Don't do that.
Don't be throwing good money after bad.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Do you live in Vegas, Dana?
No, I live in Florida, just north of Tampa. about 50
Oh,
miles.
that's right. You said that. Yeah.
I'm on the other West Coast. That's what I call it.
You're on the west coast of Florida.
Mm-hmm.
By the Gulf of America now.
America. Yep. I'm originally from Oklahoma and been in Florida now for 12 years. Collectively 13, 14, but yeah, 12 years since I moved here. I don't get to play poker as often as I like, Fats, but we're going to see about that.
You ever get out to Vegas for the series?
Nope. I've got my hat in the ring for a contest to win a package to the WSOP, but they haven't announced the winner yet, so I'm kind of on pins and needles about it.
Well, good luck.
Thank you. I'll let y'all know for sure. But what's really cool, I don't know if you were in Spaces when I was talking about the article I did for Rounder magazine. I interviewed Princess Love, and it's going out to the WSOP and WPT, the whole Vegas scene. It's going to be in circulation, and
Well, that's cool.
So I'll be there literally in spirit.
Oh, that's pretty good. Getting your article out there on the big time.
Yeah, it's kind of surreal. It was just something that I tried out and then it kind of stuck. And I've always been a good writer of sorts, but I haven't ever been like a student of writing. And I've got a lot of stuff on deck for HCL News that I'll be they're going to be off air, because the guys, like you said, are going to Vegas. So while they're in Vegas, in addition to helping them on the the countdown show and other stuff, I'm going to be doing some like backlog work for HCL News so I can get some articles up there. I'm excited about that. Nerd alert. So are you anti no limit hold'em because you find it boring, or like Alan does, he does absolutely no limit at all, or no limit games at
He
all?
won't play no limit cash, is what he said.
Oh, okay.
But no, the no limit for me, what really soured me about it was you can play like perfect poker and be broke in one hand. And when you switch over to the limit games, you can't get knocked out of a tournament unless you have like 4 or 5 bad things happen to you. And to me, that just made more sense. The volatility of the no limit. I mean, no matter how well you play, at some point you're just trying to win coin flips to get through. You can't get from the beginning to the end without making a bad decision and getting away with it. It's almost impossible. Whereas in the limit games, like a stud or something like that, at least you've got to get beat like 4 or 5 times and to lose all your chips.
Yeah, and probably the odds of that happening 4 or 5 times in a row are much lower, right?
Yes, and to me, you have a lot more opportunity to slowly chip up and slowly chip up. I mean, if you could just if you can take down one hand an hour, I mean, it's almost enough to chip up in a lot of these games. If it's, you take it all the way to the end, that's a significant chip up.
So what are your thoughts about, go ahead.
No, go ahead, ask your question.
What are your thoughts about the Poker Hall of Fame nominees this year?
Well, Miami John deserves to be in there, and if they don't put him in, I think that's a shame. I mean, what more does he need to do now? I mean, I really think he should have gotten in while he was alive, but I mean, if they don't put him in now, I mean, then he becomes like a forgotten soul in the eyes of that thing. And his track record over the years was so consistent, and not to mention what a phenomenal guy he was, and how willing he was to share knowledge and teach. I mean, one of the things about, or a couple things I remember about John was, Helmuth. All Helmuth's bracelets were in. Originally, they were all no limit, and there was a 7-card stud tournament, and Helmuth jumped in, and he came over to Miami John. He said, "Give me a brief course, exactly what I should be getting in and out with, and stuff like that." And Miami John took him aside, gave him like a 5-minute tutorial, and I think Helmuth went on to win that 7-card stud bracelet. So now, was it what John said? It had to have something to do with it, because he obviously never had any kind of mixed game success prior to that. But he's had a lot since then. And my other favorite Miami John story is I'm sitting next to him in the 1500 Raz. This is the year that Lissandro won all 3 stud tournaments: Stud High, Raz, and Stud 8 or better. And I think we're on the second day, and I'm sitting next to Miami, and it comes around to me, and I act, and now it goes on John, and he was reaching like towards the stack, and he collapsed off the chair and fell down. And he had some kind of a seizure or something happened. They brought medical in. They took him they took him out on a stretcher. They'd paused the tournament while all that was going on. So now after everything's settled and he's out, and now they're getting ready to restart the tournament, Jack Effel comes over to the table and starts going, all right, what was the action here? Because Miami still had a live hand. And so we get to the action that comes around to me, and I said, so-and-so do it. I said, I called. And so he says, all right, I'm going to fold Miami's hand, and then he's just going to be blinded out. And I said, well, hold on a second. I believe I heard him say raise right before he collapsed. And so Jack Effel said, nobody else heard it but me. So Jack says, I can't go on that. I'm going to just fold his hand. We're going to play it out. And he's got a dead hand, and that's it. And then we went on to play out the tournament. I ended up making the final table. I think I went out maybe 7th. I think Ken James was at that final table too. I think he went out 6th. But anyway, we were at the main event. When the main event started, it was on a bathroom break or something like that. And I catch Miami John coming out of the restroom. And I said, hey, how you doing? How are you feeling? Everything okay? And he said, yeah, it was just my blood sugar was low or whatever it was. He says, I was fine. Obviously, I was out for the count for the day. But I said, I got to ask you a question. I said, right before you fell off the chair, I could have sworn you said raise. And he said, I did say raise. I had ace 2-3 wired. So
Wow.
I, I went back to Jack Apple. I said, "Hey Jack, just for the record, he did say raise."
Wow.
So, but John was. I never forget it when he said, I did say raise." I said, "I tried to get your raise in. I told them you said it, but they made you fold."
Good grief.
So those are my two notable John stories.
Speaking of free advice at the poker table, I entered into a PLO tournament one time, never even heard of the damn game, and it was totally on accident, you know. And so I'm trying to figure it out while I'm playing in real time. I even tried to play 3 of my 4 cards. I just look like a total idiot. I mean, that's how we learn. And I overheard someone say, like, I'm in seat 2 and they're in seat 5, and I hear them say to one of their neighbors, you can't have anything less than a straight in this game. And then it just kind of like clicked. I didn't cash or anything, but I started playing a lot better, and the dealer had to remind me maybe once or twice more that I could only use 2 of my cards.
Well, here's something interesting. I consider Raz to be my best game, and it's interesting how I got into the Raz, and I don't know if anybody remembers, but ESPN televised one Raz final table, and I believe Howard Lederer, TJ Cloutier, I can't remember that. It was a young, like nerdy computerish guy. I can't remember his name. But you'd remember it if you heard it. It was that they were all at that final table, and I was watching it on ESPN, and it just clicked in my head. I was like, I totally get this game. Like, I mean, I'll watch Hold'em, and people will 3-bet and they'll raise and they'll. I never like what I would do. Always seems to be something different. Like I'm never like on the same page as these pros that go deep in the Hold'em tournaments. But I was watching that Raz and everything made sense to me. I was like, I am playing in this tournament next year. Absolutely, there's no way I'm not playing in this tournament. And I went and I played, and I don't remember if I cashed. I don't think I either didn't cash, but really liked the way it went out, or that was my first year playing, and I finished third. But I totally got the game just clicked in my head. It was like how when you watch these guys play Hold'em, and they're making their raises and whatever they're doing, and it's all second nature, exactly what they're going to bet and when they're going to bet. And
Yeah.
I just, with Raz, I just had that feel right out of the gate.
Good grief. Now, who are some of your other? I know you really want Miami John, and I agree. It might feel like if he doesn't get chosen now, when will he ever?
What's the rest of the list?
Let me look it up. I know Matisal's on there. And Mike Sexton. And then Kathy Liebert. Those are the three I kind of have. I didn't even know much about Miami John until y'all started talking about him on Spaces. Hi,
Well,
Sherry.
hey, you guys. Okay. Our table is breaking down because there's 5 of us going to dinner together, and our reservation is for 5:30. The other table is continuing on, but we're going to go present the Shark Trophy over to the winner, and that winner is B-52 Bomber. And we will come back with Isaac. Will come back in a little bit and tell you guys how much the winners were today, and how big of a win he had. So he is going to get this bobblehead trophy here in just a minute. We're going to go present it to him.
Awesome. Thank you. Congrats. B-52 Bomber. Fun
So,
character.
what was the question right before she came in?
Who is on the
Oh, yeah.
Hall of
So,
Fame? Mhm.
I would kind of lean towards Mattisau. I think he's shown enough in his career that he's probably entitled, but Miami's the only one I absolutely feel like should get in. I think Kathy Liebert wouldn't be a bad choice to get in. I think she's had significant success.
She's my favorite. Minus, I'm with you on Miami John.
Is Matt Savage on the list again this year?
Yeah, Matt Savage.
And with Matt Savage, I think he'll eventually get in.
Yeah.
It's almost done.
Then we've got Jeremy Osmus.
There's 8 of us now. We've
Ted
done
Forrest. Kathy, Mike Mattisau, Matt Savage, Asai Scheinberg. And then the 40-year-olds are Phil Galfond, Nick Schulman, and Scott Seaver.
Yeah, I think Savage deserves to be in there, but I think he still has time to get in there, and he's still building his resume with the stuff he does for poker.
Mm-hmm.
And my troll of him is he ruined 7-card stud as we know it, because they took away he advocated taking away the double bet on if you pair your draw card. So I keep trolling him about how he can't get in because he runs 7-card stud as we know it. But guys, I think I'm gonna have to. I got to drop out. My time here.
Bathwater's not happy.
No, I think Bathwater is thumbs down and Savage.
Oh, really?
That's what I thought. I don't think Bathwater was unhappy. I said I was leaving.
You want a mic, Bathwater? You want to tell me? I don't know. Another time then.
So I gotta drop out. I've been on all day.
It's great to get to know you a little bit more.
Yes, it was. It was a pleasure.
Again.
I followed you. My DMs are always open if you ever want to ask anything or you need a last minute interview. I'm usually available.
Thank you so much. Otherwise, we would have been just playing like classical music or 80s music for 5 hours. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Take care. Barry, why don't you come back to work and put your speaker on?
His mic?
Yep.
Yeah, I had all kinds of questions for Barry.
Okay, sorry, you guys. We are walking through the casino to get to the car. They're down to one table, and there is like 3 or 4 left there. B-52 Bomber and Wolfie, and Phil and somebody else. Can't remember. The rest have just been backfilled with other customers. Sorry, I'm breathing heavy because I'm trying to run because we have reservations at 5:30. You guys, whenever you want to shut this space down, unless it crashes, Just leave the space and then I'll know to shut it down. Thank you, everybody, for listening and attending and donating. Love you all.
Well, I
Love you
guess I
too,
made it
Sherry.
to the end after all.
Thank you, Sherry.
All right, we're down to less than a full table anyway in here. So,
Yeah.
and Sherry's leaving. I guess she's keeping it open. So, for the moment.
Yeah, for the moment. Brad, you want a mic? You want to come up here? Bathwater. He's really not wanting something to happen.
All right, guys. Well, I'm going to drop out. I assume Sherry will be closing this at some point real soon. So,
Yeah. I'm
I'll
probably
talk
just
to y'all
gonna
later.
text him and
Dana, it
say
was a
bye.
pleasure hanging out and chatting today.
Likewise, Fats. Thank you. Take
All right,
care.
take care, everybody.
I'm just here hanging out with the kiddos playing games, but I was listening in as long as I could here. So cool deal, Sherry and Dana doing all this, and shout out to Daisy who's helping out earlier as well.
Right on.
Super cool to see these meetup games still bringing people together. Love it.
Absolutely. Brad, are you playing the WSOP at all this week or this year?
This year, no, I don't think so. It would be a super long shot if I made my way out there this year. But I will be in Vegas for December for the WPT for sure.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's been going well the last couple of years.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's a pretty awesome festival that they have going there. They've been running for a few years now. I already won a seat to the Prime, so I'll
Wow.
definitely be there for sure.
That's awesome. Yeah. They picked like the deadest month of the year and they were like, okay, this'll do.
Right. It's an awesome festival. I really I honestly don't ever plan on missing it. It's just very well ran. It's the WPT and the Win does a great job on both sides, and collectively, it's just it really is an awesome festival.
Right on. Well, do you have any local tournaments that you'll be signing up for soon?
Yeah, actually, here in August, and I'm in Arizona. We have the Arizona State Championships. It's another tournament I really tried not to miss, but yeah, I'll be in that one. That's in August. I definitely recommend if anybody's having the itch after the WSOP summer camp, I would definitely recommend come down to Arizona. It's a pretty good tournament. It's $1,100. The last couple of years, I think it's been like 2 milli guaranteed or something like that.
Good.
Uh,
Great.
yeah, it's a really awesome tournament. They have like 3 or 4 day one flights. It's a 3 or 4 day tournament. Really good tournament.
Well, I have a theory and I haven't tested it here locally. But, I'm north of Tampa and so the Hard Rock's right there and then there's like 3 more places in town to play. Like the best time to play tournament poker and do well here is while everybody's at the WSOP. So I'm going to try to play a game.
There you go.
We'll see.
Yeah, I'd like to. I've heard great things about the Hard Rock.
Oh, it's beautiful. They used to have the big ballroom on one side of, the south wing of the casino, of the campus. And it's completely morphed over the last 12 years since I started playing there. But they converted the basement of the parking garage on this furthest south point of the campus. And that became their poker room. And it's huge. And not only that, you park your car and you take the elevator to the poker room. You don't have to walk a mile through the slots to get to the poker room. And it's just super convenient, super pretty.
Very cool. Yeah, I've definitely heard a lot of good things about it.
Yep. And if you're ever here, I suggest, making the rounds. There's the silk, and then there's the spot on Gandy, and then the other
Hey, you guys.
track. Hi, Sherry.
Sorry for the interruption. Couple of things. Caitlin Arnwine came in with a couple autographed books that we gave away, and she also came in with a month starter subscription for GTO Wizard,
Wow.
and Karen Chess gave one away too, and Isaac won that, and we gave away I'm sorry, I was running, I'm short of breath. Green Visor Gang Phase 4 Pass was first won by Isaac, and he told us to redraw. So then Karen Chess won that. And we're going to give the second one away during a space next week. We're going to put the names of everybody that was in attendance in a drawing and pull, because we actually just forgot to do it while we were here. So congrats to those winners. And I think that's all I have for you right now, you guys.
Thanks, Sherry. I think that's all I have for you guys as well. I'd love it if Barry or Todd or the Reaper, I forgot, the is all I saw. So the Reaper, if you guys want to come up and tell any of your favorite stories, you're more
They're
than
walking
welcome.
with me. They are walking with me to the car right now.
Oh,
to
that's
get to
hilarious. I thought one of them at least was. My bad.
No, you wouldn't know. I'm just laughing because I'm like, well, they're with me.
I think it's around the way. No, you know what? I think we passed the elevator.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna head out. Have a good evening. Great job, guys and gals. This is nice to tune in and catch up on this fifth official meetup game. Great job, Sherry.
Thanks, Brad. Thanks, Sherry.
Thank
I think
you
we're gonna
guys.
hit the pavement.
I appreciate y'all holding down the space, and maybe when I'm on the plane, I'll get to listen to it. I've never gone back and listened to any of them for the meetup game. I always say, oh, I'll go back and listen, and I just never have. So I'm sure you guys have done a great job. I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Thanks, everybody. Have a great night.
Thank you, everybody. Bye.